Okay, welcome to Hangar 51. Let's see who's going to join us in the room tonight. Another beautiful Thursday night here in Central Florida, and Farmer Man's in first again. Way to go, Farmer Man. Dave's RC. Wow, you're early. Holy crap, Dave. Welcome. Glad you're here. So, Shadow Man, all right. All right, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I think this is a little too close to the camera to really get the effect. The headlight and, of course, the green nav light. And anyway, we'll make do. I might back the camera up a little bit. So who else is here? Dakin, Michael Raja. All right, Michael. Who else is here? Mike Kennedy. All right, Mike. Who else is here? So it looks like we got 10 in the room already. 3 likes already. Great. Thumbs up there, guys. Thank you. All right, Mark Z. Welcome. Welcome to the room. Jackson, all right. Welcome. So, Mike, did you get a chance to fly your plane? Somebody did, but I don't know if it was you. Skyblazer, welcome to the room. Oh. Like a bullet out of a gun, huh? Oh, man. Eating popcorn at the moment. You're not cooking eggs? What did you say? No, it's you're the tree under. No, it's under a tree. Under the tree? What? Oh, under the Christmas tree. Is that what you mean, Mike? Okay, I get it. All right. All right, guys. So, quick update. Let's see. Let's talk about my frostbite first. My kidneys are working again. The pee's nice and clear, so that's good. I'm glad my kidneys came back. The leg's doing good. It still hurts, but it's healing. The swelling's gone down. I'm 100% mobile. It's not slowing me down or anything, but it is a little painful. Still a little red, but it's getting better. So I think I'm out of the woods. I don't think there's any real trouble. I called my doctor, and he told me that there's a chance of a blood clot. And I said, well, if I went to a doctor, what would they do? And they just prescribe blood thinners. And I'm like, well, can't I just take aspirin? And he goes, well, yeah, you can. I mean, they would give you a higher dose. And I said, well, all right. So I've been taking aspirin, and everything's fine. So it's doing pretty good. So that's a quick update on my leg and the frostbite situation. Got my heater on, got my sweatshirt on, got a shirt underneath the sweatshirt, got my Motion RC shirt on. So we're good. So here's the F4 built. We can do rafter cam, and maybe it's still live. Let's take a look. No, it froze. Damn it. Why is it doing that? wasn't doing that for a while. But anyway, so there's a look of a rafter cam there. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to fly it. I took it out Sunday to fly it, and the winds were crazy. It was 16 to 18 miles an hour winds with gusts into 20 to 22, 24. It was just way too windy to fly it. I did fly my big Cessna and my Valiant. That's all I flew. I had two Warbirds with me. I didn't fly either one of those. I flew my quadcopter, so that you can always fly that in the wind. So I flew that stuff, but I did not fly the jet. So I don't have anything to report on its flight characteristics yet. But Saturday, I'm planning on going out Saturday, and probably Sunday. So I hope to have a flight review for you then, with maybe some video. We'll see. I'm just reading the video. I'm reading the chat here for a second. I guess I could. Let me do this real quick. Let me see if I can liven rafter cam back up. Okay. There we go. So there's a nice pretty red light, and I don't know if we can get the green light in the picture here. There we go. So yeah, there we go. Little rafter cam footage here. Big bright headlight. So, but yeah, that's a beautiful airplane. God, I'll tell you, even if I don't fly it, I just hang it on the wall. It looks good. It's a pretty airplane. So, I wish I'd have gotten a chance to fly it. I wanted to fly it so bad. I had it out the field and everything, but just weather, too windy. So I wasn't going to risk it. It's just, yeah, if it wasn't the Maiden, I might have flown it, but the jets really don't fly very good in the wind. I mean, they fly okay in the wind, don't get me wrong, but they really eat the battery hard in the wind, because the upwind battle is just so hard on the battery. And I don't have good batteries. You know, I got cheapy, low C rated that can't handle that kind of load. So, you know, I try not to fly my jets in the wind too much. You know, propeller planes, no problem. It just doesn't put that heavy load on the battery, but the jets really do. And then when you're fighting a headwind, it's really bad. And then when you're fighting a 20-mile-an-hour headwind, it's, you know, horrible. So flight times go way down, and at the same time, you're just destroying the battery. So that's the only reason I really didn't fly it. I mean, you know, if I had maidened it already and knew what to expect, I would have flown it in the wind. But you know, it's if I had the batteries to do it. My only issue is the batteries. You know, I'm trying to save batteries and preserve them as long as I can, because I just don't have a revolving cash situation right now that just keep buying batteries. So I got to make these last as long as I can. Yep, I'm a guy, Dave. I could just sit here and look at it all day long. I'd be perfectly happy with it. So, you know, it's not a problem. I really like the plane. So, so let me tell you about some of the stuff I bought while we're sitting here. I bought a few more airplanes and a RC truck. Nothing to do with Wes's show. I've been wanting to get something that's just turnkey cheap. And Horizon had some screaming deals on a truck, 10th scale monster truck, $85. Ready to run, and it came with a battery. I didn't get it. They're delivering it tomorrow. I could throw a radio back in my race cars and go out and play with them too, and I do from time to time. But I just wanted something that I could just take out of the box, charge the battery, go play. And at $85, screw it. The guy that owns the flying field has a couple of these gigantic gas trucks, and so he's always firing those up and ripping around, fooling around. So we do play with him out at the flying field from time to time. So this will give me something while I'm charging batteries to fart around with. So that's why I did it. It was it's Horizon's brand, that Amama, whatever it is. And 10th scale, big monster tires, full suspension. And I figured for $85, who could go wrong? So that's what I did. And then I bought 2 of the F-22s. I thought I was getting a deal on their coupon. I bought them. I didn't buy them from Horizon. I bought them from Tower. And Tower has those codes that they email you. $10 off on a $100 purchase, $20 off on a $200 purchase. Well, those codes didn't apply to the truck or the airplanes, so I didn't get the $20. I threw an extra F-22 in the cart so I could get $20 off, and then I didn't get anything off anyway. But the F-22s were on sale for $69, I think it was, which is a really good deal. And the truck was on sale for $85. It was on sale for $75, but I couldn't figure out how I got to that link. And by the time I got back to it, they were sold out of them. So they had a set number of trucks they were going to let go for $74.99, and they went, and I missed it. But then I got the $84.99 one. So anyway, so those are both being delivered tomorrow. My 2 F-22s, not F-22s, F-27s. The F-27, that flying wing, the wedge, Delta. It's a Delta plane, pretty fast. $69 bind and fly, not plug and play. Bind and fly for $69. What the hell? So I bought those. Like I said, I only threw those in the cart to get the $20 off, and then it didn't work anyway. So, oh well. But the big news is what I bought from Banana Hobbies. So the first thing I'm going to show you is this. Let me go there and get that going here. So Banana had a plane on sale that was $450, and it was a jet, and it was an HSD jet, and it was 105 millimeter HSD jet for $450. So yes, this isn't a legacy aluminum tub RC-10. Yes, it is. Yeah, I still have, right after the aluminum tub one, they came out with the carbon fiber chassis one. I still have one of those brand new in the box. When I closed up the hobby shop, I have a bunch of stuff still. I have a Tamiya stadium truck, bunch of radios, bunch of stuff. But it's all old, We're talking the radios are 75 megahertz, not 2.4 gigahertz. And, the stuff still works. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It'll work. It's just, old stuff. And, everything today is so much easier to do and turnkey, and that's why I bought the truck for $85. I figured for $85, screw it. And it came with the battery, so that's even better. I mean, I got tons of batteries here from the day, and my batteries are still good. So I've got tons of batteries to run the truck on. Nikeheads. But I've got 6 and 7 cell packs to throw in the truck. So I'm good. And then it came with one too. So we're good there. But so here, let me get to this first. So this was the big secret plane I was going to get, and I didn't do it. And I'm going to show you why here in a second. But this is the one I was going to get, and I've only seen a couple of people flying it, and that's why I wanted it, because it was going to be so unique that wherever I went with it, it would have been the only one there. Now, Rich Baker, RC Informer, has this jet and has flown it. Okay? So let me go here. And we'll put it here. So that's the jet, and I think I can relocate this a little bit, make this a little better. Maybe shrink it down a little bit. It's too big. Okay, so there it is. It's a J-10. It's a Chinese fighter, Eurofighter. It's got a reverse thrust mechanism in it, and the canards in the front are active. You can switch them on and off from the radio. They go full up, and the elevator, I think, goes full up, and the canards go full up as like air brakes when you flip the switch. And he had it wired at the same time the plane would hit the reverse thruster. So it didn't matter where the throttle was. If you were at like half throttle and you hit the button for that, it would spool the motor all the way down to idle, and then spool it back up backwards, and actually stop the airplane and reverse thrust it. And So anyway, so that was the one I was going to get. That was the big secret jet that I was going to get. This is an 8-cell version. It was on sale, every day sale, for $450, and they only knocked it down to $429. Okay, so that was a good deal. But there were 2 better deals, and all 3 of these airplanes were airplanes that I wanted, and then the FMS, the Cub, the 1700 millimeter Carbon Z Cub that FMS came out with for $249 with floats, screaming good deal, but it was on sale, so I can still buy that anytime for that price. So I decided not going to buy that. This was only 29 bucks, 21 bucks off. So it was only a $21 discount for this. So I decided I'm not going to buy that. So that brought me down to 2 planes from Banana. The Corsair that I already had, and I had to send back. The LX Corsair that had was broken, and I sent it back, got my money back, and then was one other plane that I wanted. And so I pulled the trigger on it. It'll be here next Wednesday. So it'll be on the show next week, if it gets here, which it should. I'm going to put that one up now, as soon as I find it. And this was 80 bucks off their normal price. So that's why I bought this. It was been wanting it forever. It's been too expensive forever. And this was the best I've ever seen it. This is the cheapest I ever saw it. So I pulled the trigger and bought it. Really looking forward to it. And let's put that in here. So I bought this P40, the giant one. It's a 79-inch wingspan. Yeah, it's a big one. It's about as big as the giant T-28 from Horizon. It's about the same size as that. And I bought the camo version one. Which is what's in the picture here. And so it's normally $4.99, almost, ready to plug and play. It was $4.99, and it was on sale for $420, which was an extra $10 cheaper than the olive green one. And this comes in 2 paint schemes, and the olive green one they still wanted $430 for it. This one was $420, and I wanted this scheme because this is the Flying Tiger scheme. So that's what I went with. And I bought it. I pulled the trigger and bought it. I figured the jet's still going to be there, even if it's at $450. It's a good deal. And the Corsair. I watched a bunch of videos watching this fly, and holy crap, this thing's light. I mean, it's in the air like my Mustang in seconds, man. I mean, it doesn't roll 20 feet, and it's in the air. And it just floats coming in. So it's going to fly really good. It's going to be beautiful. I like this model. This version of that P40 is my favorite version of it. So that's what I did, guys. I pulled the trigger, bought this for my Black Friday purchase. And like I said, it'll be here next Wednesday. So I made some good deals, between the F4 here on the table and that P40 were some really good deals. So pretty happy with that. It was good. I'm really happy. Can't wait till it gets here. The Corsair from LX is still on the table, but it wasn't as big of a discount. Normally they sell it for $469, and it was on sale for $399. So it was only $70 off. This was $80 off. And I was a little bit leery. They were having trouble with the folding mechanisms on the wing, and I'm pretty sure they have that solved. But it was still one more thing that could go wrong. You know what I mean? It's one of those, you don't need another thing to muck up. Keep it simple. And the folding, which is one of the reasons I want the plainness of the folding wing. But at the same time, they had a lot of them fail. The mechanism would stop working, and then, the whole purpose of that plane with the folding wing is mute. So I decided the P40 was the go. I finally made up my mind, and that's what I did. So I bought the P40. So you guys are talking a lot. I'm seeing some of the chats, but they're going by so fast I'm missing them. So let me get caught up. I'm going to back up here a little bit and see who's here. I see Josh is here. I got your text earlier. Thank you, Josh. Wasn't sure if you were going live or not. The way you worded it sounded like you were going to go live for a pre-show before my show, but I wasn't sure. So, and that would have been fine, no problem. Hey, Fred Barron, good to see you. Really glad you guys are here. Hey, I'm getting really close, guys. If you can get your friends to subscribe to my channel, I think I'm at 40... What do I need? 46 more people? 46, 47, something like that. Getting pretty close. Yeah, we've almost hit that 1,000 mark. So spread the word. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Spread the word. Let's get this. Let's get that 1,000. I mean, we're close. We're real close. So I'd appreciate it, because then I can contact YouTube and tell them these two bastards that are stealing my videos, can you please do something about them? I don't know if it's going to do any good, but I hope so. They're not paying attention to me now because I'm a nobody. But if I hit the 1,000, then maybe I'll be somebody. Maybe they'll do something about it. So, Farmer Man, today at work had a feast. Not a lot of McDonald's. You feasted on McDonald's? You got the fish, huh? Yeah, there you go. A quarter pounder. What else did you get? Large fry, large Coca-Cola. That's funny. Yeah, you're right. It was a graphite chassis, Marshall. That's a good point. I don't remember if mine's the graphite or the carbon fiber. That's a good point. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it. It's packed away here somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly it's at, but yeah, I still have one in the box. I saved that. I saved the Tamiya Stadium truck just because it looked cool, which is kind of what the truck I've got coming now. It's kind of a stadium truck looking thing. So, so I got E-Flight released a Canadian plane, a Twin Otter. Really? When did they release that? I haven't seen that one. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, my jet's basically a F-16, Chinese F-16, the jet that I wanted. And I still want it. I'm going to tell you why, another reason I didn't pull the trigger on it yet. I don't know how often I'd fly it. It's got smaller wheels on it, and, Rich had flown it off the grass. It will fly off the grass, but it's one of those planes that I just don't think I'll fly that much. So to invest that kind of money, the 8-cell packs that I have are not going to fly that 105-inch fan very long. So it's going to require much better batteries, much bigger batteries. I don't have money for those right now. So there were just a couple of things going against that made me say, okay, it's only $21 off. So it's still there if I want to get it, later on. If I get the new job, then we'll see. But, the $80 off on the P40 was the best deal of the three. And so that's why that was, the fact that it didn't have the folding wing that was going to be, could have been a potential problem, and how easy it flies. I mean, every video I watch, it just lifts right off. It floats coming in. Looks like it's just going to be a joy to fly. It's beautiful. I mean, my God, it's such a gorgeous airplane. It's got lights, retracts, flaps, all that stuff. So I'm really happy with the purchase. Like I said, I've been wanting that plane, that and the B-25, that LX B-25. They're both those planes. They're just dream planes of mine, but they've been so damn expensive. And they didn't put the B-25 on sale. It's still $580 or some shit. And that's just out of my price range right now. But I'll have it one day. I definitely will have it one day. Yes, I got the heaters going. Yep, the heater's going right here. I have two heaters over here, but the one broke. And if we get too bored in here, I'll probably throw it up on the bench and work on it. I don't think it'll come to that. But if it does. But this is fine. This one's doing pretty good. It's not that cold tonight. What's the temperature? I think it's 50-something, I think, tonight. Man, it's been cold here, guys. I mean, it's been down to freezing every night. It's been crazy this whole week. Yeah, it's down to 47 already in here. Feels like 38. The low tonight's going to be 38. So yeah, all week it's been really cold at night. Really cold. I know it's not below zero cold like in Canada and up north, but just trying to tell you guys that when Wes is bragging about how warm it here is all the time, it's not really that warm all the time. It's cold. So, and my leg's proof of that. So, so let's see what else we got here. Wingspan. Oh, the F-18 is a huge. It's 1 meter. Eric. Another jet, Kenny. No, well, just this one. Not. I didn't buy the other one. Like I said, I bought the P-40 instead. Getting kind of jet out. Don't need any more jets. I wanted that. I'll be honest. I wanted that J10 because it's different. Yeah, I'm a guy that likes different stuff. The cars I have collector cars here that are different. Nobody wants them but me. And I just, I buy what I like. I don't buy what everybody else likes, or I'm not trying to impress anybody else. I buy what I like. So some of the cars I have, nobody even knows what the hell they are. But I like them. They're my just like the plane to sit here and look at it. I love going out and looking at the couple of the cars I have that nobody would probably buy. So I wanted that jet because it's different. It's beautiful. I mean, the color on it, that red, white, and blue scheme is really colorful. It's pretty. It flies great. I mean, if you go watch Rich's video, I mean, it looks like it flies inverted better than it flies right side up. He's coming across the runway with the canopy almost on the, dragging the runway, and it's just absolutely flat, inverted. It just looks fantastic. So those are a couple of reasons I wanted it. It's different, and I figured it'd be something really cool for Jet Jam, and I still have the opportunity to buy it. I got plenty of time before Jet Jam. So if my financial situation changes here, I still have plenty of time to buy it and take it to Jet Jam. So, but for now, the P-40 was a good deal. $420 for that big monster, and I had to pull the trigger. So that was my Black Friday acquisition. Besides this was not even on my radar scope. When I found it for $100 off, I was like, well, okay, for that price, $319, I'm in. At $419, I wasn't in. I wasn't even looking at this plane at $419, but at $319. Yeah, that pushed me over. I definitely wanted it at that price. So that's what I did. Getting caught up here. Let me look here. Da 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 da. Reckham Roy sees in the room. Thank you for coming there, Roy. It's good to see you. I got 23 people in the room. That's cool. Great job. Susan is a fighter jet. Is that what that says? Susan? Suin? Maybe Suin. I don't know. Let's see. What else we got? Okay, I think I'm about caught up because I think it just jumped. So we're caught up. Everything's on the screen here. Let me just go quickly over these last few posts and I'll be all caught up. I don't see any newbies in the room. I don't have I don't have to give any wrenches out tonight yet. So that's okay. Here's the link. First batch of shipment. Specs in January. Oh, is that the Otter Farmer Man? Okay, that's cool. I'll go check that out. Yeah, Fred, isn't it? It's just cool to be different, to show up with something nobody else has got. I've got several airplanes here that I could show up to events, and nobody else is going to have one there. Because I buy what I like. I just I have a very wide taste in airplanes, but they're always scale airplanes. I rarely ever buy a non-scale airplane. And like an ugly stick, I wouldn't own one of those things. I know they fly great, but they just look like ass. And it's just, I got all kinds of planes that look good. Look, my Quickie 500 and my Scat Cat are nice looking airplanes that are just boxes with a wing on it and look way better than an ugly stick. I mean, they didn't call it an ugly stick for nothing. It represents the plane. It's ugly. I mean, it's just ugly. It's not something I don't. So, I like scale airplanes. It doesn't have to be civilian, doesn't have to be military, doesn't have to be American. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It just has to be, scale and attractive. And I find a lot of different stuff attractive. So these are some really cool planes I really enjoy. My favorite airplane for the longest time has been the P-40. I built a couple of plastic models as kids. I still have the plastic models. They came out with that big son of a bitch, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And I fell in love with it then, but I couldn't afford it. And I really couldn't afford it right now either, but, I just did it. I had to do it. I couldn't pass that up. At $420 when it's usually $500, $499. It's been over $500 a couple of times. So yeah, I just had to go ahead and pull the trigger. So I'm not the least bit sorry I did. I know I'm going to absolutely love that airplane when it gets here. And we'll do an unboxing next Thursday. Hey Jeff, welcome to the chat. It's good to see you. Who else is here? 26, up to 26. Man, that's cool. Michael L., good to see you. Just bought the red and white J3 Cub with floats. 60-inch wingspan comes. Flies great. Which one is that? Is that an FMS plane? The J3 Cub? You'd say it was blue and white? Oh no, red and white. Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I think that's a Horizon plane, isn't it? It might be an FMS. I'm not sure. It's Brian Chambers in the room. Good to see you, Brian. Paul McNeil, good to see you. Glad you're here. It's really glad you guys are here, man. This is so good. Tara asked me a question last week about a gyro, and when he gets in the room, I'm going to go get the gyro. I have a gyro I'm going to kind of plug tonight for you guys that like gyros in your planes. So I'm gonna go get that when Tara gets here. I'm sure he'll be here. And who else am I missing? So I'm all caught up on the chat. So hey, is Mike Kennedy? You still in the room? Did you? You said your plane's under the tree. Did you at least open it and check it out, or did you put it together and put it under the tree, or is it sitting under the tree in the box? Dennis Farley, there you are. Welcome. Glad you're here, man. I don't know if you heard the story, Dennis, but I bought a Corsair. I know you're the Corsair man. And I have 5 myself, but I bought a 6th one. That folding wing one that LX Models makes. But I had to send it back because it came broken, and they didn't want to fix it. They didn't want to warranty it. They just told me to tape the 2 of the flap mechanisms on the center wing section were broke off. And there weren't foam hinges. They were the plastic round pinned hinge. And they were broke. And I could have fixed it. I mean, they gave me ones in the box, but I mean, it's a brand new airplane. I shouldn't have to fix a brand new airplane. So when he told me to just packing tape it back on. It just pissed me off. At that point, I thought about just shutting up and keeping it and fixing it, but at that point he just pissed me off, so I sent it back. Got my money back. Screw him. If he's going to treat me like that, the hell with him. So you did unbox it, Mike. I guess you put it all together and it's sitting pretty under the tree. Yeah, Christmas morning you'll have to put a battery in it and light it up so that it'll look like the tree. So what are you doing on the 7th, Josh? Wow, that's cool. Now, what do you do? Go to a local VFW or something? Is that what you're doing? Oh, God, Paul. What plane's up in a tree? I missed that. What plane did you put in a tree? EQ! Eric, good to see you. Well, Bill. Wild Bill's here. Good to see you, Wild Bill. Pilot Ryan. Good to see you, Pilot Ryan. I got one of these. You did this already. Look at that. Beautiful, huh? Yeah, at 319 I had to pull the trigger. Couldn't pass that one up. Yes, VFW. Okay, Josh. Cool. Yeah, there's a VFW right down the street here, and I've been thinking about going over there. Maybe take some of these planes over there, just to show them off, like you were doing with the B-17. I think they'd get a kick out of seeing them. So yeah, I've been seriously thinking about, taking the planes over there. Pick a night of the week to go over and hang out with them. Hear some of their great stories, and then and bring a plane with me and show it off. I got a lot of warbirds, so that's my biggest. I have more warbirds than anything. That was always been my big thing. I love warbirds, so I got a shitload of warbirds. I would say it's 75% warbirds, 25% civilian, or civilian look-alike. But yeah, so I'd have a lot of airplanes to take over there and show off. They would definitely enjoy it. Yeah, you're right, you're right, Ryan. It's too good to not. I mean, it was just, it's such a pretty plane. And at that price, it was a no-brainer. Absolutely a no-brainer. Yeah, I didn't get to watch the whole show, Josh. I saw parts of it. I need to sit down and watch the whole thing, though. I really want to see it. I was in it briefly. I was at work, and I popped in there and said, I was at work, but, just checking in. So. How you feeling, Dave? You all right? We're not going to find you at a gas pump or anything tonight? So what other news have I got? I have a new job possibility. Everything went good. They do a, I went and met them, did a review and all that, filled out the app. Well, I had filled out the app online. And then when they want to hire you, they do a survey. They said you have to pick 3 of your former employers and as a reference. And then they send them a survey through the email. And they have to fill it out and send it back. And so got that done. He got them. He called me. We talked about money. He told me to call me back. I'm just waiting for the call back. And then I'm going to give AutoZone my 2 weeks notice. So I expect to hear from him tomorrow. So that's looking good. Called Disney to make sure I could get my old bus driver job back, just in case things change. So there's no problem there. They said, absolutely, come on back. We'll be glad to have you back. So that was good to know. I wanted to make sure everything was good there. And then the final good news is we got approved for our loan for the new hangar. The giant gazundo big hangar that I'm going to be moving all my crap into. My cars, my airplanes, and everything. So we're approved for the loan. We just got all the paperwork to do now, But we're approved, so I'm thinking it's still going to be probably February. It'll be up probably in February, only because of the holidays. Otherwise, it'd be up early January, if not late. It's too late December. It wouldn't be up for December, but if it wasn't the holidays, it would be January. But for sure, probably by February, I'll have the new hangar up. So looking forward to that. Been dying for this thing for years, and it's finally going to happen. So that's all the good news I have. I think. I don't know if there's anything else to share with you guys. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So things are looking up. Like I said, new job. It's going to be more money, more hours, which is definitely going to increase my airplane budget. And the hangar was approved, so we got money for that. So we're good on that. So yeah, everything's looking really good. I'm pretty excited. Can't wait till the P40 gets here. In order of excitement, the P40 is going to be the first thing. That'll happen next Wednesday. I'll probably do an unboxing on Thursday. And then the job will be, if I get called tomorrow, I'll be starting there in 2 weeks. So that'll be either the next week or the week after. I'll start the new job, and then in February I'll have the new hangar. So keeping my fingers crossed, guys, for all of it. Everything, hoping everything goes well. Really close on, look at this, 30 in the room. All right. Great. Victor! Good to see you, Victor. I see you in the room here. I think I said hi to everybody else so far. I was hoping Dave Farley was going to show up, because I'm sorry, Dave Kowalski. I don't know if you guys seen his before and after pictures, but this guy has lost so much weight. Holy crap. If I went to Jet Jam the next year and ran into him, I wouldn't even know who he was. Holy moly. So I'm kind of anxious to ask him what he did, because wow. He dropped a lot of weight quick, guys. At least 150 pounds in less than 6 months. So, drastic change. Holy crap. So, just curious how he did it. I wonder what he did. So I'm hoping he shows up in the room tonight so I can ask him. Let's see here, graphics for Cali. Oh, for your F-18? Oh, that's cool, Dave. I haven't gotten anything from Cali yet. I've got two planes here that I'm working on. I've got a DC-3 here that I'm putting a custom scheme on. It's custom for the plane as far as it's not the schemes that it came with, but it's I have a die cast of it. It's a Shell Aviation paint scheme, and I have a die cast model about this big of that plane, the DC-3, in that scheme, and it's so beautiful. It's yellow and red mostly, and yellow, red, and silver. And I want to copy it, so I'm going to send it off to Cali to get the decals made for it. I'm still painting it. Been farting around painting it, getting it ready, and I got to get the decals. Yeah, I'm going to send her some measurements so she knows what scale to make the decals and what I want, and then we'll finish that up. You're down almost 30. What's that mean, Bill? You're down what 30? 30 pounds? $30? What's you're down 30? I'm assuming because we were talking about Dave's weight that's what you're down, but you know, we just want to make sure. Oh, are you Ryan? Are you talking about Dave? He's eating like a supermodel and running like crazy, so he didn't get a gastric bypass or anything. He's just working it off. Oh, so you lost some weight, Bill. Well, good for you. Yeah, I went down 12 pounds during my hyperthermia, and I dropped another 2. So I'm doing really well. I'm feeling a lot better. My stomach's not sticking out near as much, especially in my work shirt. Yeah, that 14 pounds made a big difference. I'm feeling a lot better, and I'm going to try to stay on it. I'm not eating any more junk. I'm eating smaller meals. Not working out yet. I got to wait for this leg to heal. But yeah, definitely want to. There's a saying I think I read it on Facebook or something, that nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. So that's a very true statement. It really is. Did GB puke? Really? Did he puke on the show last night? I didn't catch the show. I started watching it and I fell asleep. Out the nose? Oh, really? Oh my God. On camera? Oh my God. Really? I'm glad I fell asleep. You dropped 20 pounds from your belly to your ass. That's a good one. Oh, so you guys had a bet that if he puked on camera, you'd buy him an airplane? Oh, God. You guys are sick. No, I haven't seen the new Otter. Brian, Farmer Man mentioned it already tonight, and I haven't seen it yet. So, I'm guessing. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with the Hobby King Mule? You know, it's a twin engine. It looks like an otter. It's a, you know, not scale otter, but otter looking. You know, otterish, if that's a word, otterish looking twin engine. So I have one of those. That was one of my Hobby King acquisitions back in the day when I was still doing business with Hobby King. Yeah, then when that one got here, it has a cargo door in the back that drops, you know, and the servo stripped on that immediately. The second I put the door down, it just stripped. Typical Hobby King. So I had to limit how far down the door, either limit how far down the door went or replace the servo. And since the only thing I drop out of it is like candy or something, I just limited the drop of the door. It didn't need to go that far anyway. So I just stopped it short so before it hits the stripped part. And, you know, good enough. What, the mule, Shadow? Is that, you want that one? Oh yeah, I'd puke for a free plane for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I just can't believe you guys. I can't believe you guys want to see that. Hey, Bledsoe! Welcome to the chat. It's good to see you here. Up to 32 now. Awesome. That's great, guys. You know, my record's like 40, but that was Thanksgiving Day. But it's just good to see we're, you know, on a regular Thursday night, I'm up to 33 in the room. That's fantastic. T3, I see you. Welcome to the show. Glad you're here. Just noticed you. I don't know if you been here long, but I see you in the chat. So, yeah, I can go get if you guys want me to put the otter up, I can do that. Give me a second. I'll go put it up. Okay, let's got the Horizon open here. Let's go to, I'm sure it's under new releases. Airplanes. New releases. Oh, there it is. I see. Well, isn't that a UMX plane? No, it's a 1.2. Okay. Alright. That's okay. Not doing that much for me, honestly. I mean, it's not horrible. How much do they want for that damn thing? So they have it on the top of the page, but they don't have it. Let me click on it. Let's see how much they want for it. No price. Really? Oh, there it is. Okay. So $229 bind and fly. So that's not bad. That's a good price for that, really. It's a twin engine, so, you know, for twin engine. Oh, and it comes with floats, too. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, that's a pretty good picture. Let's put that up. Let's put that up. What the heck? All right. So there you go. So that's what it looks like. It's not bad. I don't think it's something I would jump on, but it doesn't look bad. It's a decent price though. $229, $199, or $229. It's only 20. Is that 20 bucks or 30 bucks? It's 200 or 230. 30 bucks. Yeah. Yeah. See, at 30 bucks, I'd buy the plug and play one because I could buy my own receivers cheaper than that. You know, I don't need to spend $30 for a receiver I don't want. So I'll buy my receiver and for the same money or less, and that'll work. Wow, the chat's just blowing up. What's going on here? Holy crap! It's scrolling by so fast I can't read it. Everybody's putting the prices up and, and the link and the more prices and yeah, I think you're right, Marshall. I think it's too small to be a good float plane. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's twin engine, so I'm sure it'll get off the water. I don't see that being a big problem. But yeah, it's I don't know. I'll have to. Do they have a demo video up yet for that, or no? I'd like to see that flight there where they'd taken off the water. You're looking for what, Bledsoe? Waiting on my cut of the white privilege? Is that what you're saying? I guess I'm missing an inside joke here. Albatross. Yeah, it kind of looks like an albatross. You know, there's so many damn albatrosses out there. My God. There's the old World War II or World War I albatross, and then there's the jet albatross. There's a twin engine plane that looks like an like this otter, and it's an albatross. Man, that was a popular name. My God, they use that a lot. Oh yeah, I'd make a good snow plane. The otter. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome on snow. Yeah. It almost makes me wish. Oh, almost, guys. just almost makes me wish I was still living up north where I could fly my planes off the snow with the floats. But almost. I ain't going back up there for that. Why doesn't Ryan do a review on the otter this weekend? Well, I don't know. Hey Ryan, do you have one? Did you get an otter? Did they send you one to review? Did you pull the trigger and buy one? It's a good question. Oh, so you guys are buying the albatross from Hobby King. Yeah. Well, I'll wait for you guys to put videos up, and I'll see what it looks like. Yeah, my skin's peeling on my leg. It itches. Yikes. Yeah, I have the 150 and I have the float. So yeah, that's one of the planes I would definitely fly off the snow, for sure. If I was still living up north, I would definitely have my 150 on the floats and out there flying it. Oh, you'll have one, huh? So you're going to get an otter? Okay, cool. Well, looking forward to that. I want to see you unbox it and watch Bobby build it on the show, and then and then watch you guys go out and fly it. Yeah, it's no secret I don't like Hobby King. Not a Hobby King guy. Not going back there. I've had too many bad experiences with Hobby King. They've lost my business. I rarely even go there to look. Yeah, it's yeah. For you guys to read the chat, I sent a couple pictures out to people that I had their phone numbers of what my leg looked like, and it's very red. Um, it's not that red anymore. It's definitely healing up. But yeah, it was very red. It looked like sunburn. I mean, and that's basically what frostbite is freezer burn. It's a burn. So my leg's red, and now it's going to peel, just like sunburn. And yeah, very painful. Yeah, yeah. No more Hobby King for me. It's they've gotten my last. Well, okay, so it depends. Like the DC3 I bought, that I was just speaking about, that I'm going to put the Shell Aviation scheme on. I did buy that from Hobby King because they were the only ones that had one. I've been wanting that plane for years. The whole plane savers thing last winter, when Mikey restored that DC3, and it just brought back the urge to have a DC3. And I looked around, and son of a bitch if Hobby King didn't. And I got the last one. They only had one. And it was missing one of the decal sheets, and I didn't give a shit because I wasn't going to use it anyway. And the price really low, lowest I've ever seen it. So I bought it. Of course, when it got here, the rudder servo stripped immediately. I barely had it powered up while I was adjusting linkages, and the rudder servo stripped. You know, just standard procedure for Hobby King. That's just, you know. So, but it's that particular plane is not one of their Avios. It's made by somebody else, and they just sell it. And but I'm sure they had it made to their specifications so that they can sell it for the price point they want to sell it at, and the profit margin they want to get on it. So that's why it came with those crappy blue servos that they put in everything that never last. They strip right out. But I'm okay with it because if I got it at a good price and I wanted the plane forever. It's got retracts. It's the only reason I didn't buy the one from Dynam. I was going to buy the Dynam one. I like the Dynam one, but the Dynam one doesn't have retracts. I wish I could have bought the Dynam one. I'd have much rather had the Dynam plane than this one. But this one's slightly bigger and it has retracts, and that's why I went this route instead of the Dynam. But yeah, that's the last thing I bought from Hobby King. That was last year, and again, it was a fluke. Just a fluke. I mean, if there's something screaming good deal, too good to be true, can't pass up kind of deal, I might pull the trigger, but it'll probably never be on another airplane. Their batteries aren't half bad, and sometimes when they're on sale cheap, they're a pretty good buy. So I'll buy their batteries if I'm if I'm looking for something cheap and they happen to have a good deal. But for the most part, I'm tired of dealing with their customer service over every damn problem I have with everything they have. So I gave it up. I'm just done with it. So, so what else? Who bought what? Anybody buy anything? You guys buy anything for the Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Cyber Week that's still going on today? What did you guys pull the trigger on? Anybody else get some good airplanes? Yeah, I took care of it, Ryan. It's gone. We're back to me. But thank you for reminding me. Sometimes I forget. I'm not even looking. Even though it's right there, I'm not looking at it. So, yeah, it's gone. We're back to me. But thanks for keeping me on my toes. 2 trucks and a jet. Yeah, I bought a truck. It wasn't necessarily because you brought it up or Wes brought it up. I just, because I've got RC cars and stuff, I just, they had a great, I got an email from Tower that they had a screaming good deal on a truck for $74.99. Ready to run, came with a battery and everything. I was like, wow, that's a great deal. So I went there, and then I was like, okay, well, what else have they got on sale? So I started snooping around just to see what else they had, and then I couldn't get back to that link. Somehow I could not find the $74. I found the $84 one. I couldn't find the $74 one. So I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking, and I couldn't find it anywhere on their site. Couldn't get to it any other way but through the email. I finally went back to the email and clicked the link, and then I got on the site, but they were already sold out of the $74.99 deal. So, but I went ahead and pulled the $84. I pulled the trigger on the $84 one. So yeah, that'll be here tomorrow. The truck's coming tomorrow. That and 2 F-27s. Good deals on both of them, so I pulled the trigger on it. So yeah, so I got a truck to play with tomorrow. That'll be here. Like I told you guys, if it's RC, I own it. So it's the only, all my other stuff is race quality stuff. I was pretty heavy into the racing back in the day, and so like my RC10, yeah, I can throw stuff in it and just go out and run it around. I mean, and I probably will one day. If I had a bunch of guys out here playing with me, I for sure would put a motor and a radio back in it and go race it around. But when you're playing with the stuff by yourself, it's not quite as much fun. So I bought the truck to take to the flying field because, like I said, the guy that owns the field has those giant gas-powered trucks that he runs around. So now I can fart around chasing him around with that. $300 off on what, Fred? What was $300 off? Hey, did you guys get your SU-30s? Did you guys do videos on them? Did I miss that? God, I forgot to even look. James Davis, brand new in the room. Welcome. Glad you're here. I'm assuming this is your first time here because you don't have a wrench. But you do now. Welcome. Glad you're here. It's always nice to have new people in the room. So you got yourself a freestyle drone, huh? Yeah, you know, I was surprised, guys. The Weekender Warehouse didn't put that drone I showed you guys on sale. I was really surprised. I thought certain that they would put that on sale, and they didn't. So, I'm looking at. I don't see anybody say they got their SU-30. Did you guys get your SU-30s? Marshall says his is on the way. We'll be here Saturday. Okay. All right. So they are shipping them already. Well, that's cool. And Farmer Man bought a 6000S 100C pack for his SU-30. Yeah, that'll get it done for sure. Farmer Man says soon. So they're out of the, or are they out? You mean they're out delivering the plug and play version, but not the bind and fly? Is that what you're telling us, Bledsoe? Could be tomorrow or early next week. Okay. Yep, Fred's is coming tomorrow. Oh, $300 off the low C 8S 1 to 1/5 scale Bixley buggy? Really? Is that must for $300 off? That's got to be a gas powered buggy, right? That can't be an electric one that they discounted $300. Oh, so they still have some plug-and-play SU-30s. The bind and flies are gone. That doesn't surprise me. If I hadn't pulled the trigger on some other planes, yeah, it's just, you know, $500. Man, after you hit $500, man, that's just, wow. I mean, I know it's a lot of airplane. That thing's huge, and it's beautiful. But yeah, I just can't pull the trigger on that. That and the fact that it's new. And after the bad experience I had with my Avantis buying the first batch, I don't think I'm going to do that again. I think I'll wait for version 2 to come out. Or at least the second batch after they've worked all the bugs out of the first batch. I'm not buying any more first batch airplanes. So your owner at your hobby shop went down to the border to get the batch of planes today, huh? Well, that's cool. That's a pretty good deal he does for you guys. That's cool. I hate messing with the wires. Oh, I get you. Because the bind and flies, it's the receiver's already in the plane. You don't have to screw with it. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Welcome. I just noticed that was you that said that. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's it's kind of nice to just have to bind it and you're good to go. But um, when the receiver planes were only $20 more, I usually bought the bind and fly one. But at $30, I can buy a free sky receiver for $30 or less. So I'm going to buy the receiver I want to run, not that one. But when it's $20, well, $20, it's hard to pass it up. If it's only $20 more and you get a receiver, yeah, I'll do it. I'll buy it with the bind and fly version, but not $30. $30 is too high. I can buy my own receiver cheaper, so I'd rather buy that. I don't want to fly the Spectrum protocol if I don't have to. Hey, did anybody? I saw one airliner, a video somebody put up of a Delta scheme on the airliner 37. Wow, that looked good. That was beautiful. Did you guys see that? I did a search on YouTube for airliner 37, and one came up in a Delta paint scheme. Boy, did that look good. The in-flight one, I showed it to my wife, and she says, that thing looks real. I said, yeah, I know. It really does. I mean, it was beautiful. So, yeah, I can't wait to see everybody's paint schemes on their airliners. Yeah, Jeff, I mean, the lemon receivers are fine, but, I like my telemetry, and you guys just can't get it, with the lemon receiver and the radios you're flying, and, it's just either you can't get it or it's way too expensive to get. So, and I like the telemetry, so I'm hooked on that. And I think you guys would be too if you either saw it firsthand, what I'm running and how I'm running it, or if you had it yourself. It's such a great thing to have in an airplane. Who are you talking to, Victor? Pan Am, you mean? Who asked that? Yeah, Wild Bill, it's easy to paint a foam plane. Yeah, it depends. Um, the If you prime it, first of all, I've been using automotive primers on the foam, on the EPO foam, and it's been fine. And you get a couple good coats of primer on it to seal it. You can paint it with anything you want. But I generally just like to go to Lowe's and buy the water-based sample paint that they use when you're painting a house. And I usually just bring them a sample of the plane or the color I want, and they scan it with the camera, and they make me a little sample for $3, and it's fantastic. So that's what I usually do. And I brush it on with a foam brush, and it doesn't leave any brush strokes or anything. It smooths right out, and it comes out perfect. You can also do it through an airbrush if you want, but that's what I usually use. Then I have a clear that I buy. It's an automotive clear. It's called Duplicolor. I think it's called Perfect Match Protective Clear Coat, and no rattle ball in the can. And that so far has been compatible with everything as well. I take that back. There was one EPP foam, I think it was, plane that it had started to attack it lightly. not bad. I was dusting it on, and it just lightly started pockmarking it. So 32. Yep. Thanks, Fred. Yeah. 31 in the room right now. 17 likes. Just I can't tell you how happy this makes me, guys. I'm so glad you guys are here. It's just so nice to have this following and the chat and everything. Really glad I started doing this. I've been thinking about it for more than 6 months. Getting everything ready, and I had some obstacles to get over, some issues that I couldn't. I ended up buying some stuff that I ended up not needing to do this stream, but I will need it to get more trickery with it. So I have this stuff. I just haven't put it to use yet. But for right now, this is working fine. Hey, look at that. Raptor Cam is still alive. Look at that. Yay! Look at there. So it's still working. There you go. Mike, just for you. Another Raptor Cam. We'll switch back. Yeah, latex. A lot of paints are compatible with the foam. I would say probably lacquers are one of the things that would probably eat the foam if you sprayed it with lacquers. But yeah, 99% of the time I go to Lowe's and get a sample of a paint color. Usually I'm fixing a plane, and I take a piece of the plane with me and they just scan it, and the color matches every time. If I was just going to make up a color, well, then I'd probably either go to their samples and, pick a color, or, take them a picture of something that I, like the color on, and have them match it. So, so you're buying Walmart paint? Now, what do they do about samples? Can you go to Walmart and buy a sample of paint? Because I sure as hell don't need a gallon of paint, or even a half gallon for that matter, to paint an RC airplane. My God, it goes so far. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, it's not hard to airbrush, Farmer. It's it's a simple. You get a two-stage gun. You push down on the more you push down on the button, the more air you get, and then you pull back on the button to add the paint, and it's just kind of a blend of the two. And of course, the air pressure is adjustable and stuff, but it's just getting the technique down of the push down and pull back to And that's for doing light, touch-up work and stuff. If you're going to paint an entire airplane, just get a regular spray can or a regular paint gun, and done. I wouldn't buy, if I was painting the whole airplane, I wouldn't use an airbrush. Airbrush is for doing detail work. You want to weather it, that kind of stuff. That's what an airbrush would be good for, not painting it. If I was painting an entire airplane one color, I would definitely just get my regular, cup gun and fill it paint and just spray it. The whole plane would be painted in seconds, So, 3-ounce bottle for 50 cents. Really? Wow. Okay, now you got me curious, Jeff. I'm going to have to go to Walmart and check that out. I've never been to Walmart for paint. Not mixed paint. I'll go there and buy a can of Rust-Oleum or whatever, or Krylon, But yeah, I've never bought mixed paint there. I had no idea you could buy 3 ounces for 50 cents. Holy crap. Is Fireman here? He is here. Welcome, Fireman. I didn't notice you were here. Haven't seen you in a while. Glad you're back. Yeah, that's cool. Still haven't seen Pterodactyl yet, unless I missed him. Um, um, yeah, that's a good question, Shadow. That color is so... I've seen so many different shades of the... the self-etching... what you're talking about, the chromatic paint. There's another name for it. Yeah, I've seen like a bright yellowish green, and I've seen the dark, flat kind of almost olive drab green, and I've seen so many versions. And there's even a salmon color they used. There's if you've watched any of the real warbird restoration channels, there's a place that's restoring a birdcage corsair, a real birdcage corsair, which are very, very rare. It's very hard to find a real birdcage corsair. And they're restoring it, and it had salmon color primer on it. The rust corrosion stuff primer. It was a salmon color. I never knew that. Never saw that before. But yeah, that's what they're putting on that birdcage corsair because that's what came on originally. So that was really fascinating. I love watching those documentaries on the old planes and the guys that are restoring them. It's very cool. I mix water with my acrylics when I want to thin them. Yeah, I haven't had any trouble with it. It works fine. If I'm trying to spray it through a certain gun, I have a airless gun. So you have to get the paint just the right mixture. So yeah, I was adding water to that when I was painting. I wasn't painting airplanes with it, but yeah. Yeah, Windex works too. Yeah, that's true, Jeff. Jeff's right there. The Windex makes it dry faster because I think there's either alcohol or ammonia in the Windex that makes it evaporate quicker. So it's when you spray it, that just dissipates out of the paint quicker. So yeah, it dries a lot faster that way. Yeah, I don't want to use a blow dryer on a foam airplane. I've used it on other things, but not on a foam airplane. I don't trust myself. Yeah, that's not going there. And don't even think about trying to use a heat gun on it, because man, you'll blow a hole in that thing before you can get the gun away from the plane. Those things usually blow at 400 degrees. So you don't want to point that at a foam airplane. Yeah, that's true too, Farmer Man. I've done that plenty of times. If I want to do a touch-up, I'll just spray the paint into a cup, I save when I eat out or get takeout like from Applebee's, and like I order ribs and they put the barbecue sauce in those little plastic cups. I save those cups because that's a perfect thing. You spray the paint into the cup like that or whatever, and it works, and then you throw it away. It's a perfect, um, So yeah, I always save those when I get takeout, and they're real handy. They come in really handy for stuff like that. Getting back to the anti-corrosion green paint. I didn't care for the paint they put on the Flightline stuff. I thought it was too bright. It was too like in your face. When the gear doors open, and I thought that was too bright. I mean, I've seen real ones that way. I mean, it's accurate. I'm not knocking them for that, but me personally, I wouldn't want that. It's too bright. I'm not trying to draw attention to the landing gear. All of a sudden, it's these bright green, lime green, door cavities. It was just too much. It needed to be toned down a bit. Um, but yeah, I have seen real ones that are painted like that. So it's kind of interesting um, how many different shades of that. I forget what they call it. I mean, there's a couple of names for it other than just um, chromatic and stuff. There's another name for it. I can't think of it right now. But yeah, they paint all the airplanes inside, you know, and out, and then of course the outside gets painted. But inside, if you look inside wings of an airplane, it has that green. That it's usually the dark green, not that bright green. But um, submarines get painted with that before they put the paint on it. Same thing, it's to keep the rust down, keep the corrosion down. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, why would you pay the crazy prices they want for those latex thinners? I mean, it's crazy how much they want for that stuff. When water or Windex works just fine. You know, yeah, lime green. There was, that's what it looked like. On the Flightline planes, it almost looks like a fluorescent lime green. It's so bright, and I didn't care for that. That's just too much. Um, I'd rather have something a little more subdued than that. Your standard Cessna has that darker, not olive gray or olive drab green, but it's a much subtler green than the lime green. Um, yeah, all planes have that green primer on wild builds. I mean, everything gets painted that. Everything civilian and warbird gets painted with that. To keep the corrosion down, especially inside the wings and inside the fuselage and stuff. Because once they assemble the plane, it's so hard to get back in there to paint it again. That's why they do it when they build it. As they're building it, they paint it, and that way you don't. It's once and done. You don't ever have to worry about it again. Oh, you got to plow some snow? Farmer. All right, buddy. Well, if you got to take off, we'll be here when you come back. You're familiar with that one. So, if you're plowing snow till like 3, we'll probably still be here. You're buying furry boots for the SU-30. What? All right, man. We'll see you later, Farmer. Hey, if you're staying, I'm doing, Marshall. You know, I don't have an agenda. It's not like I got to be out of here anytime soon. So yeah, if you guys want to do an all-nighter, I'll do it. I'm good. I got plenty I can bring out and show you. You know, I can go get some stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go get some stuff. I got. I'm just gonna bring a few things out. I think you guys will find it pretty interesting. It's some pretty cool stuff. Since we're talking about paint, I figure I'll go get some stuff to show you. So, so just hang tight. I'll be right back. I just tripped over my heater. All right, get back over there. I'm back. I brought all kinds of goodies. Plenty to talk about. Got to keep my audience happy. So I brought all kinds of cool stuff. So here we go. I brought another heater. I'm not cold. Not at all cold. But I haven't tested this heater. And we couldn't find it. But she found it while I was out here. So I grabbed it and brought it out. I'm going to plug it in and test it. Just to see if it works. The broken one over here it's 100 years old. And I've been nursing it back to health every year forever. So let's see, maximum heat, fan, low, high. Let's put it on low fan. See if it works. Yeah, it works. Well, it's blowing. I don't know if it's going to heat. Okay, so since we're talking about paint, let me get caught up on the chat, see what I missed while I was gone. I brought all kinds of stuff out. So let's see. I lost a few people while I was gone. I think I know what we're talking about there, but I'm not gonna go there. I don't want to dig that up again. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, everything looks cool. How's the sound? Can you hear this fan blowing down here, the other heater? Can you guys hear that? Is that disturbing the show? Is that a Porsche car body? Yes, it is. Good call. So since we were talking about paint, I wanted to bring out some stuff and show you. So these are bodies I painted off of. They're copies of Coke cans, and they're dirty. I didn't wash them, and I have the Coke cans, but they're in a display case. But these are for my gas car. Well, this is for my gas car, and this is for my on-road electric car. But these are two paint schemes that are Coca-Cola. You probably can't see it, but this is a very heavy metallic, metal flake red, and a metal flake teal on the side. It's all hand painted. You paint it from the inside. You have to do it in layers. Each color is a separate layer, and you usually have to do a coat of white over each layer so that the colors don't blend into each other. So, but that's all done on the inside. This is a sticker, and these are stickers on the side here. But the whole body and this whole nose art is all paint, and I did that. I won a concourse show with this at a gas car race, And then I did, there used to be a racetrack in Orlando called Whippoorwill, Lake Whippoorwill. And it was a 33-degree banked concrete oval, on-road oval course. It was a D-shape. They said it was the same banking as Daytona, but it wasn't scaled to Daytona. It wasn't long. It didn't have a long backstretch. It was almost a circle, but it was a D. It was a D shape, but it was closer to a circle than anything like Daytona. And then the same thing. This is all painted from the inside. Again, a Coca-Cola nose art. I had the original cans that I painted these off of are in a display case in the house. And so this is all smooth, you know, it's because it's a clear plastic body and the paint's done from the inside. So you can't feel anything. Now you can feel it on the inside a lot. It's terrible, but who cares? It's the inside. And then, you know, you're required to run these stupid decals on the side. And but all the color on here, the pink, the white, the silver, I don't know if you can see that, but it's actually, none of that's decal, this is all paint. The pink, the pink, the white, the silver here on the side. You know, I painted the straps in the window and I don't know what that is. And of course the number 2 on the roof and on the doors are stickers. And all of these are stickers on the side. But that's all paint. And you can see on the inside. And I won a concourse with this at Whippoorwill. So I was in the magazine with this body. I was in the magazine with this body. So these are normally, when I had my hobby shop display cases in the house, they're out here now. These cars were on the chassis, sitting in the display case with the Coke cans next to them. But they're not in there anymore. But they will again one day. When I get the new garage built, those will probably go back in there. So staying with the paint theme, so the quad that I showed you guys from Weekender Warehouse, same thing. Here it is. Comes with a clear body. I painted this. Same thing. Now, to tell you how you do it, you have to start with, well, like on this, for instance, I'll tell you how I did it. I took pinstriping tape, and you do everything from the inside. This is all smooth, shiny, clear plastic on the outside. So if you scratch it, you don't scratch the paint. You know, it's all the paint's on the inside, so nothing can happen to it out here. So what I do is I started with the pinstriping tape, and I ran all the pinstripe to break off all the colors down the sides. You know, everywhere you see black, okay, was just pinstriping tape. Okay. Then the next thing I did is I taped off the window for the canopy area. I took some painter's tape and just taped that all off. And then I think I started with the orange. So I taped off the green areas. So I took the painter's tape and taped in there and across here and there and on the sides. And then I shot the orange. So fluorescent orange. I shot that, let it dry, and then I shot white to seal it, so that when I shot the green, it didn't bleed into the orange. Okay? Then I pulled all the green off, which left a clear body now where the green is, and then I shot the fluorescent green, and then white again. Okay? So now we had the orange and the green. Then I took the silver area off, and shot the silver, and then another coat of white, you know, to seal it off. And then lastly, I took the pinstripe tape all back off, which just left, you know, a clear line around the entire body, you know, and shot the black. And that's the way it ended. I'll take the body off and show you. I didn't have to shoot white again because the black is black and it's not gonna, nothing's gonna bleed through it because I didn't paint anything again after that. So gotta get it past the camera. So the inside of the body's black because that was the last color I shot. Okay. Now, in the hot car, this keeps rolling the body. It's the weirdest thing. I've never had a car body do this, and they've been in the hot car before. But this keeps rolling under. So I have to keep, you know, I put it on the edge of a board and pull it down and then take the heat gun and heat it to melt it back so this side, obviously the sun was beating on this side. It warmed this up and rolled it in again. It's irritating as hell. But that's how it's done. So that's how all this was done too. Same thing. You know, I don't remember which color I started with here, but it was probably I probably either started with the white or the pink on this body. You know, so I had everything taped off, and then I shot the pink, then peeled the, you know, and then white over that, and then peeled off probably the white, and shot that. And if you look closely on here, all the white has either a pink or a silver border around it. Okay, I'll get in there real close. So it was very time consuming, guys. You know, to do this took me 30 minutes. This was nothing. But this took a long time. It was very, you know, a lot of patience because you got to pull, you know, these colors are, you know, the pink around the Coke is probably like a 32nd of an inch thick. So it was very tedious to pull that tape off and then shoot the pink and then white again. And then the last color I shot was the main color, which is this like a teal green. And you know, these colors are because that's what the color of the can is. I was copying the can. So when I had it on the concourse sitting there, I had the Coke can sitting in front of it on both of these. So it you know, and then like I said, they made the magazine. And then so I have one more of these bodies to paint because I bought 2 of these quads. So I have one more of these to paint, and I haven't decided if I'm going to go with something similar again with the orange and the green, or if I'm going to use maybe the fluorescent pink and something else. I don't know. I haven't decided. You know, but that's so this is that Weekender Warehouse drone I showed you guys for a screaming deal. Like I said, $99.99, you get everything. You get the camera, you get the transmitter. You know, it's already all set up. It comes out of the box. The only thing you have to do is screw the antenna on. The antenna looks exactly like this one, but this is a Fat Shark antenna. But it's the same exact, you know, looking. The antenna it comes with looks exactly like this one. I was just checking different antennas to see if one worked better than the other. And this one seemed to work the best, but not by a lot. But it was a little bit better. But it's a really well built. It's all carbon fiber. It's got a circuit. This whole top board is a circuit board with everything protected underneath. So all the circuitry's done through the board. It's a really good quality quad, guys. If you're thinking about grabbing one, you know, it's a great beginner quad. You know, if you want a quad, this isn't a drone. This is a racing quadcopter. You have to fly this. There ain't no button to push to take off and a button to land, return to home. None of that. This is, you got to stick this the whole time. You got to fly it. But it flies really good. It's got a built-in stabilization, very similar to AS3X on the airplane. And just a really good flying drone. And the flight times are good, 12 to 20 minutes, depending on how hard you're flying it. On a 2003 cell. So, very cool. It's got 2 headlights on it here. There's 2 red tail lights back here in the corners. And when the battery gets low, the red lights start to flash, let you know it's time to land. So it's really cool. Okay, so here's this is a copy of September 1989 Car Action magazine. Okay? Front and center, right there. That's my car. Right there. The blue car in the middle is my car. It's sitting right over there, but not that body. That body is in a display case. And then if you open it up, there's an article in here about my car. I'll show you. It's kind of a... what page is the race on? So this was the Dirt Oval Nationals in '89, and it was held in... God, I don't remember. Was it West Virginia? I want to say it was in West Virginia. I don't remember. 76. So here's a whole full spread page of the car, and you can see my car, and then right here is they featured my car, and it says Ken Caniff captured second place in concourse with this Heartbeat of America paint job. The reason I got second place is because this guy, they thought his car looked more real, more scale. They said nobody would paint a race because this is all metallic or metal flake blue with metal flake. The squiggly lines are all metal flake fluorescent colors, and they said nobody would paint a race car like that. Well, yeah, actually, the guy that painted this car, I didn't paint this one. The guy that painted this car paints for a living, and his real race car was painted identical to this. So they don't know what they're talking about. But anyway, that's the only reason, because this guy's car was all stickers, and this car has no stickers on it. Not even the sponsor stickers here on the side of the fender here that you're required to run. He hand painted those all on. There was not one sticker on that car. Not even the number on the car was a sticker. Everything was paint. And I told him like 3 times. The one guy kept arguing with me. I said there's no stickers on this car. And he says, "What do you mean, except for the numbers?" I said, "No, there's no stickers. There's no stickers on the car." And he says, "Well, you don't mean everything but the sponsor detail." And I looked him right in the face. I said, "Listen, there are no stickers on this car." So he got down on all fours and put his head right up against it, and he could see that it was hand painted. And he got up and shook his head and walked off. He says, "You guys have way too much time on your hands." So, but I couldn't make him understand that there were no stickers on the car. It's all paint. All paint. So everybody said I should have won, What I did, there's a functional blower on it. I did that. It was my car. He was my pit man, and and he wanted to paint the car for the thing because he said, I got a really cool scheme I want to do. And I said, okay, go ahead. So he did that, and then I put a real functioning blower in it, which got all kinds of, I made a joke. I said, yeah, it's charging the battery while I'm racing. And oh my God, the president of Roar about shit himself. He says, oh, you had to say that. And it was funny. But when you win a concourse with something like this, you're required to run the car exactly the way you showed it in concourse. And so I went to him, I said, listen, I'll run it that way, I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to protect anything, but the little blower motor that's in there that's running on a battery, it's not in there very secure. So it's probably going to fall out of the car and somebody's going to run it over and it's going to ruin their race. So it's your call. I'll leave it in there, I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to protect anything, but you're going to ruin somebody's day if it falls out of the car and somebody runs it over. So they gave me an exception. They told me, okay, you can take the blower out of it. And I said, okay. And yeah, Mayor Marshall. There's no stickers on the motherfucker. It's not a kid's show. Right. I mean, I literally had to say that to him because he just wasn't getting it. He just didn't understand that there were no stickers on the car. And he just couldn't understand that. So yeah, so I finally got him, like I said, he got down on all fours and put his face right up against it, and he just shook his head, couldn't believe it. He got up and said, you guys have way too much time on your hands. And that's funny, too, because when I went out to the flying field, one of the guys had bought one of these. I set it on the table there. We were eating lunch, and I set it on the table, and he ran his fingers over that, and he could tell I painted from the inside, and he shook his head and said the exact same thing. You have way too much time on your hands. I just laughed. I said, dude, I painted that in 30 minutes while I was watching a NASCAR race on my kitchen table. Well, it wasn't my kitchen's table. It was actually my aunt's kitchen table. I was visiting with her on the other coast over here in Florida, and I took it with me to fly around and stuff, and then I hadn't painted the body yet, and we were sitting around doing nothing, just watching the NASCAR race, so I painted it while we were watching the race. It took me about 30 minutes. It wasn't a big deal. So anyway, so that's some. You guys wanted some paint stuff. There's some of my painting stuff. I've done a lot of it. Won a bunch of trophies for it. And the guy that actually painted that car, that painted all that stuff on it, he's an artist. This guy can paint anything. He did so many beautiful. I got a pile of bodies over there that I've painted too. Some race stuff and some just real car stuff. And because when I had the hobby shop open, I used to paint the bodies, and they'd come clear, and I would paint them and hang them up, and I actually charged people for if they wanted a painted body, it was more money, and so I made a little extra cash by painting bodies for people, and my buddy Dan, that's his name, that would paint them. He did the same thing. He would do a lot of them because he could do it really fast. I took my time. It took me forever to paint a car. He could paint one in an hour, as detailed as you want it. I mean, he was just an artist. He could do such amazing work. So, but yeah, like I said, this RC thing's been a big part of my life for a long time. So Tara's here. Pterodactyl, I'm so glad you're here, because I just went and got exactly what you were asking me for. I have a gyro. So I'm going to show you that here in a minute. I just want to get caught up in the chat. We're talking about West Virginia now, huh? That's funny. Well, you have to take my word for it, Roy. They're not stickers. Yeah, I still got second place. Yep. The other guy's car was just, you know, straight paint and stickers all over it. And he did a little extra work putting some realistic roll bars in it. I made out of plastic. I think he used, you know, when you buy a plastic model car, everything comes on those trees, and the outside border are those round gray, usually it's all gray, the round gray plastic. Like, I think he used those and cut them and made the tubing, you know, like the cross bracing in the back of the car, and you know, and so I think he got some style points for that. It looked like, you know, I mean, as far as real race cars go, you know, his looked really good, but you know, it wasn't anywhere near as, you know, paint wise anyway, as detailed as ours was. So Heli Thunder, welcome. I just noticed you're in the room too. So is Pterodactyl still here? Let me make sure. Talk to me, Goose. Where are you, Terror? You still here? Yeah. That little heater doesn't put out much heat, but it's okay. Not a big deal. This one does really good. So anyway, so let me talk about this gyro. You guys keep talking about gyros and how much they cost, and so this thing's called the, and you can look it up on eBay, probably on Amazon as well. It's called the P1 gyro. 3-axis flight stabilizer, Thunder. Okay, big letters there, Thunder. So the Thunder P1 gyro. Okay, they're like $11 on eBay. Comes with a little screwdriver. Comes with a little wiring harness that you plug all your. You make your connection from the gyro to the receiver with this harness. And then you just plug all the servos directly into the gyro. And it has 3 pots. It defaults to the on position. So if you don't have an extra channel so you can turn it on and off, it defaults to on stabilization. Not safe, but stabilization. So when you power up your plane, it's automatically going to go to stabilization, just like the Horizon AS3X is always on. So that's what this does. And the little light turns blue. There's 3 pots. In each pot, straight up and down is nothing. There's no gyro effect. You go one way, the more you crank it one way, the more sensitive it is, the more gain. You're increasing the gain. And then the gain goes the opposite direction the other way. So if the gains, once you get in the plane, if the gains are, you know, you set them all like to 2 o'clock. This is your 2 o'clock. All 3 of them are at 2 o'clock. And one of them's going the wrong way. You know, when you check it, you know, the ailerons are reversed. Okay, well, you just take the aileron one and turn it to 10 o'clock. Okay? And now it's going to go the right way. And then if your servos are going backwards, you just flip the switch in the transmitter, you know, the reverser, and reverse the servo with your radio. And this will stay the same. The gyro will work the way you set it up so that everything's moving the correct way. It's very simple to set up. And then I'm pretty sure this, if I remember right, I never used it, but I'm pretty sure this has the same kind of safe. So if you switch it, you can switch it off completely so it's not working at all. And then you can switch it into safe, which is the auto level. I've never used the auto level. I only used it for the stabilization, and I adjust the gains accordingly depending on which plane I put it And yeah, you can clear coat a plane while it's together, Michael. I usually don't, only because it's easier to handle the individual pieces while you're painting them. And then, when you slide it together, because the problem when you clear coat a plane together is if you ever have to take it apart, if you don't take a knife and cut along like the wing and fuselage to cut the paint, it's going to tear, and it might actually pull it off, or pull it back, and it might attach itself to the paint that's already on there if it's not just a plain white foam, and you might end up pulling that paint off with it. So for those reasons, I usually paint it apart. But yeah, you can paint it if you've already got it together and you just want to paint it. You can. Just remember though, if you have to take it apart, take your X-Acto knife and cut that edge, where it comes apart at, so that it doesn't pull the paint off. But other than that, sure, you can paint it while it's together. And when you're doing the clear coat that I use, that Duplicolor, has been safe on the canopies and everything, so you don't have to get perfect on the canopy. If if you're back, 32nd of an inch from the actual painted area where the black is, if it's not done from the inside, it doesn't hurt to get a little of the clear on there. You'll never see it, especially if it's only that fine little edge. You'll never see it. So yeah, it works fine. I've had really good success with that. But like I said, I like to paint them apart just because it's easier to paint them when they're apart, to hold the individual pieces instead of trying to hold the whole airplane up or prop it up against something, and then you're worried it falls over or it's resting on. Especially if you listen, we're always in a hurry, So you paint the bottom, and then you don't wait a whole day for it to dry. You only give it an hour or so. Maybe it's not fully dry. You flip it over and set it on your stand or whatever. And every place that it's touching now is going to pull the paint back off when you try to take it off. And so, yeah, those kind of things are just what some of the things you run into when you try to paint a plane. Yeah, again, the lemon receivers, they come out with gyros built them now and everything, but they don't come with the telemetry, and that's the whole reason. It's one of the main reasons I went to the Free Sky radio, is because of the telemetry. Having battery voltage, have her talk to me while I'm flying and tell me what my battery voltages are alone, without the GPS telling me how fast I'm going, how high I am, all that, whether I'm climbing or diving or whatever. Just having my battery voltage and knowing where my batteries are, especially in the jet, are just, I just can't tell you how, it takes all the worry out of it. You're never guessing, geez, can I go around one more time? Do I have enough battery? Should I land? God, I'm having so much fun. Can I push it a little far? None of that's in play anymore. She's literally talking to you and telling you what your battery voltages are. If you run out of battery at that point, you're an idiot. Period. She's telling you what the battery voltages are. If you push it far enough to run out of battery, you're an idiot. So it just takes the guesswork out. Yeah, I have timers. I still run timers, but only to give me an idea how long I've been in the air. Just a reference, point of reference. I ignore it as far as, the timer counts down 5 minutes and it's time to land. No, she's not talking to me about my battery yet, so it's not time to land. And my timer keeps running. Once it hits 0, it starts running negative. So it'll always give me my entire flight, even though it's past what I had as a timer. It keeps counting. So if I had a 5-minute timer and I'm now at -3, that was an 8-minute flight. Simple math. But that's why I like the, yeah, I've got, I think I have at least one lemon receiver. I've got some other, I don't even know what brand they are, Spectrum off-brand receiver. Um, um, yeah, I've got some orange Hobby King receivers. Um, because once I found out, I got hooked just like you guys did, with the whole bind and fly airplanes and buy their radio and all that, and I got hooked on that. But I got out of it quickly because I realized when I went to buy some receivers for planes that didn't come with them, because I didn't buy their bind and fly product, I said, oh my God, I can't afford these receivers. These things are crazy. So I started buying the Hobby King ones. Well, then I started realizing the quality there was not that great. I had a couple of duds. And then I just decided that I wanted a better radio that had more channels. And then when I started looking at the Spectrum stuff, like the DX9, way too expensive. No. So that's when I started looking hard and wide. And I had several crashes from radio hits with my Spectrum gear. So that's how I got switched over. And when I saw the telemetry work, that was it. I pulled the trigger. As soon as I saw that and how much it cost, that was it for me. I found my radio, and I've had it ever since. I'm going on 6 years now on the original one, and the SE model I think is 2 years old now. So yeah. But anyway, so if you guys want a cheap, inexpensive gyro to add to or whatever, this will work with anything. Futaba, that denim, whatever, the Bitco, Dynam radios come with they have their own radio. It's not Dynam, it's called something else. It's compatible with anything. You can plug it in because it doesn't have anything to do with the frequency or the protocol. It's just a gyro. So it'll plug into any radio. You can put that receiver on that gyro on any receiver you have, and then adjust it accordingly. Simple to use, cheap, $11. I was buying them. I haven't bought one in a while, but the last time I bought 3 of them. They were $11 a piece, so very inexpensive. They do a great job. I had one of these in my Avanti at one time. I was just testing them out to see if it would counteract, and it didn't, so I took it back out. I had some lazy servos in my Avanti, at least the aileron servos. So I would level the plane, and then it would keep drifting. Ever so slightly, but it wouldn't stay rock solid flat. It would drift. And then I'd level it this way, and then it would drift that way. It would just never stay dead straight and level, hands free. If I let go of the stick, it would always start a roll. A really, really slow roll. I thought, well, is the wind catching it and starting that, or is it just the servo's not centering, or... So I put the gyro in there to see if the gyro would stop it, and it didn't. It tamed it down a little bit, but it didn't stop it. So I took the gyro back out because I had another plane I wanted to put it in. But I've only got a couple of planes with these in it. I don't generally like gyros. Rarely do I ever use them. But I have found a couple of airplanes that this really benefited. So I put them in those. My Freewing... I have the Freewing AT6 Texan that they discontinued years ago. Tip stalls badly. Horrible tip stall. You're coming into land, and you start slowing it down to what you think is a nice speed, and all of a sudden it just drops a wing. It just wants a corkscrew in the ground. And with the gyro in there, I think it gave me about an extra 5, maybe 10 mile an hour of slowdown before it tip stalled. It would come in, and it just, because the stabilization is keeping it, every time it tries to roll, this would catch it and counter it, and so it would rock solid in. And now, by the time it wants to stall, the wheels are on the ground. I mean, literally, I could tell. It starts to roll just as I'm touching down, so it'll just screw that one wheel into the ground. And I'll be coming in, and all of a sudden one of the other wheels will just touch down, and the other one's down immediately. I mean, I'm talking like an inch off the runway. It's it's dialed in that close. So yeah, I like I said, I only use it on a couple of planes. I have it in that one. I have it in I think the FMS. Yeah, I put one in the FMS, the BF 109, because it has that real narrow landing gear coming out of the fuselage that goes up into the wings, goes out, and with that narrow stance, the thing wants to ground loop terrible. So I turned the gain up on the rudder. Really, I'm not using the others, but on the rudder. So when I'm taking off, if it starts to wiggle at all, the gyro catches it and counters it. So it all but stopped the ground looping. Now I can taxi it around on the ground and it won't ground loop on takeoff or landing. It really helped a lot with that, big time. So I really don't use it for the flight control part of it at all. I only use it for the ground takeoff because that narrow gear, it wants to ground loop too bad. So it cured that, just because I could turn the rudder up. I think I had the other two turned off. But I cranked the rudder up pretty good so that it would, counter any kind of yawing motion, and it worked perfect for that. So if you've got a Spitfire or a 109 and you're having problems like that, that's a perfect solution. Is put that gyro in it. It'll really help. It really helped me. That was the only plane I was ever having that problem with. I've never had a problem. Almost all of my warbirds are tail draggers, and I've never had a problem getting one off the ground. But that son of a bitch was a pain in the ass. It was driving me nuts. I'm like, oh my god, what is wrong with this thing? And then I threw that gyro in there and it cured it. So I was really happy with that. That's why I made a statement one day that it can make a bad flying plane fly better. And somebody, I forget who said it, said, no, it won't. Well, what I meant was with that. It makes a bad plane, the ground handling plane, easier to ground handle. So, yeah, I love the Flight AT6. I've been wanting to get one of those. If that goes on sale this Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas they're running, if they throw that plane on sale, I'm buying it. I've been wanting that AT6 forever. I like the one I have, but I really like that one too. So I would love to get my hands on that one. I really like it. But I've flown all of them. The P-47 Razorback, the Spitfire, the Texan, and they all fly great. Don't get me wrong, they all fly great. I really like the way they all fly, but my favorite out of those is the Spitfire. The Spitfire just flies like it's on rails. It's amazing. The only problem I had with the P-47 is when you bank it, it starts to drop the nose. So, not a big deal. You can either counter it with the rudder if you banked over that hard, or a little more elevator to, keep the nose up. But the Spitfire, bank it and it just sits there. It doesn't drop the nose at all. It's like it's on rails. So I really love the way the Spitfire flies, but I love the way they all look. The Tornado, the Razorback looks beautiful. So does the AT6, the Texan, and they make some beautiful airplanes. Horizon really does. I love the SR-22. God, and what a great flying airplane. Man, I love that thing. That is beautiful. And then Michael repainted his yellow, which looks freaking awesome. If you haven't gone to Michael Raja's channel, go there and look at the paint job on his SR-22. He painted it yellow, and it's freaking beautiful. It's just beautiful. I love that thing. So that's my little review on this particular gyro. It's just called the Thunder P1 gyro, and I've been buying them on eBay for years. So take a look, see if you can find it, and if you're looking for a cheap gyro to counter a bad flying airplane or a plane you're having some issues with, I think you'll like it. Grab one. I think you'll be happy you did. Yeah, right. And you can do that. You can put your wife's voice in that radio if you want. You can put any voice you want in there. You can make it say anything you want. You can put music in it. I put a couple of musics in mine. I've got Danger Zone in there. I've got the Airwolf theme music in it. I've got, I think I put Bing Crosby's Christmas in there. I have the Amber package in it, so she says some really funny shit. But yeah, you can, that's another thing that's really cool about that radio, is you can put any damn voice you want it saying anything. Oh, I put a couple of sound effects in it too. I went out and recorded a stall, so if you're stalling the plane, and I use that when I'm using the GPS because it gives me my airspeed. So I have it set on the one plane at 41 miles per hour. So if I drop below 41 miles per hour, she starts saying stall, stall, stall. And I did that because, if you're coming right at yourself, you can't see. You can't really tell how fast you're going. It's hard to tell. So if I go below 41 miles an hour, she's telling me I'm below 41 miles an hour because she's, saying stall. And, I don't have a stick shaker, but I have her, I have Bitchin' Betty telling me that the plane's stalling. So that's a huge help too. But, to be able to put, your own music, your own voice, your any voice, whatever you want it to say, put music in it. It's great. I mean, it's not only great, it's fun. It's really fun to add some of that stuff to the Taranis. It's a good radio. Can't recommend the radio enough. I really can't. The price of everything is so reasonable. I mean, the 16-channel radio is $171 or $169, depending on where you buy it. And if you buy the SE model, I think it's $247. For that extra $60, you get a ton of stuff. Well worth the $60. So, for sure, if you've got the extra money, buy the SE model. And then, receivers are cheap. I think the 6-channel receiver with telemetry is like $23, and an 8-channel is like $30. And it comes with the telemetry. And then you buy the telemetry module for the batteries, $14. The GPS is $34. And those two things will give you 99% of anything you want. As far as airspeed, altitude, your GPS coordinates, your battery voltages. I mean, anything you'd want while you're flying is right there in those two sensors. They have a lot more sensors. You can get a Vario, so it, to tell you if you're going up or down. I think the GPS works as good as that, at least for me. But I bought one of them anyway. I haven't used it yet, honestly, but I have it. And they have, what else? They have all kinds of sensors. Temperature sensors, motor temperature sensor. You can put a sensor on the motor and it'll tell you how hot the motor is. Just in case you want to know. I mean, they have all kinds of sensors. And they all just daisy chain together. So, it's just a great radio. Okay, guys. So what else you want to talk about? I went over a bunch of paint stuff. Showed you my cover shot on Car Action Magazine back in '89. I got you the gyro. I got you this great looking airplane. What else you guys want to talk about? Okay, I just saw that episode of Bruce's as well. Yeah, and he is pissed off at Free Sky, and I'll tell you why. Because when they came out with their shit, it worked perfect. And then they had to keep fucking with it. And they fucked with it, they changed the protocol. I guess the new radio stuff isn't compatible with the old stuff. Not what I have. Everything I have is compatible with everything they have. But some of the newer stuff now, they're coming out, because I think they're on 2.23 or 2.30 or something. And I've never updated my radio. My first radio was on 2.0, and I love it. And my second radio, the SE that I got 2 years ago, is on 2.1. And it's going back to 2.0. I'm going to put 2.0 on the 2.1 radio. I left it on 2.1 so I could help people, when they had questions about 2.1, I could easily, because they're different. They're different enough to be different. It's not that big a deal, and it's not horrible, but once you've had 2.0 and get spoiled, you don't, when they fucked it all up with 2.1, it pissed me off. So I didn't want 2.1. I still don't want it. But like I said, I left my second radio on 2.1 for now, just so I could help people. Because I get a lot of, text messages, emails, that, I'm having this problem with my 2.1, and then I have to go borrow my buddy's radio. If I can't figure it out without the radio, I have to go borrow one. Well, now I have one. So I left it on there, and I'm probably going to leave it on there not much longer, because now everything's on 2. Everybody keeps updating. I've never updated my radio. I'm never gonna. I just don't. I'm a firm believer. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My first radio worked perfect. It didn't need any fixing, so it didn't need any damn updates. So I've never updated it, and I'm never gonna. And I'm gonna downgate my. I'm gonna downdate my 2.1 back to 2.0 because I hate 2.1. So that's my advice. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't do the updates. I would never do a firmware update. As a matter of fact, if you can go out there and get the old 2.0, put it on your radio. It's much better. Much, much better. I'm pretty sure you can still go to FreeSky and download I think they still have every update, every version on there. And I think mine's 2.0. I think it's 2.0.1.7. I believe is what it is. 2.0.1.7. For some reason that's ringing a bell that's what it is. So it was one of the very first updates when they went to 2.0. The original Taranis was on a different protocol, and that wasn't compatible. They did make it where you could put 2.0 on the original Taranis, not the Taranis Plus, but it was tricky to do. I bought the 2.0 version, the Taranis Plus, and I've never updated my firmware. And I'm so glad I didn't. Because if I'd have updated it and it screwed that thing up the way the 2.1 is, I would have been frickin' ballistic. So, but yeah, that's my advice. I know everybody says, oh, make sure you've got the latest firmware. Why? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If your planes are flying great and the radio's doing everything the way you want it to do it, then why would you update it? So they can screw it all up? How many times have you guys updated your Firefox browser and have them screw it all up? Oh my God. I finally turned the damn thing off. I got so sick of their updates, and every time they fix one thing, they break 3 more. And it was just terrible. So I finally went in there and just shut it off. So they're never updating my Firefox again. It's off. But yeah, that's my advice. As far as the stuff that's not working, they sent Bruce a bunch of stuff and none of it worked. Yeah, that would piss me off. Especially after, he was such an advocate for them in the beginning. He's the reason I bought my radio, I'll be honest with you. After watching all the other reviews and everything, and then Bruce was doing the oscilloscope testing against the Spectrum and showed how much more of the band that the FreeSky radio. After seeing all that, that's when I pulled the trigger and bought the radio. So, yes, Roy, I'm going to be flying the Phantom this weekend, weather permitting. If those winds are good this weekend, not gusting to 20 miles an hour, yes, I'm definitely going to fly it this weekend. Looking forward to it. I'm excited as hell. If I wasn't on the phone with my job interview and the bank over the garage and everything, I almost took it out Tuesday. Yeah, I was ready. I had everything. I had batteries charged. I was ready to go Tuesday. The winds were low, but I got tied up with, getting everything, with the money on the garage and the job possibility, and so it just didn't happen. But definitely going out Saturday and Sunday to fly the Phantom. I'm going to fly my F-22 too. I think I'm going to leave the Avanti home and take this and the F-22 as far as jets, and then my Cessna's in the car, and my 1450 Mustang Red Tail is in the car. The Valiant's in the car. So those are already in the car. I'll have to pull the Cessna out to pull the Avanti out to put this in where the Avanti's sitting, and then I've got a shelf. So what I do is I put the gear up and I set the Avanti on the floor, or this, and then I put the shelf over it, which leaves me a new platform to put more planes on. And then I usually put another jet, like this, for instance, on that platform over top the Avanti and slide it over to the right, and then the big Cessna goes in on the left. So I have two more planes on top of the board, and the Avanti's underneath. But I have a rack in the front, all the way up against the seats, that I can put two airplanes in. So I have those two in first, then the Avanti on the bottom, or I put the Avanti in first and put the floor in, and then slide the two planes in to the rack and put them in the rack. So I have those two, the one underneath, the one to the right, and then the Cessna on the sides. That's 5 airplanes. And then I usually put one in the front seat next to me, a smaller plane. Like my Bearcat, this Mustang fits nicely in the front seat, so I'll throw one of those in, or something else similar in the front seat. So that's usually 6 airplanes. And then this quad's always with me. I take this. I take my big quad that I had on the show the other night, the big V-tail. I always have that in the car, so I take that. I have my little tiny micro quad in the car, so I have that. I have my Fat Shark goggles in the car. So I usually have 6 airplanes and at least 3 quads to fly. So I go to the field with 9 things to fly. I'm in good shape. If I break something, I'm waiting for a battery on one thing, there's always something else. And then if the winds are really bad, I have 2 kites in the car. So I can fly a kite. And now, starting tomorrow when my truck gets here, I'm going to have that truck in the car. So I'll be able to drive the truck around if I'm bored. So thank you, Roy. I appreciate that. I'm not anticipating any problem flying this. I think it's going to fly just fine. The landing gear, especially the nose gear, is a little, because they're such tiny little wheels off of grass. I don't know how that's going to work. That's why I was kind of staying away from this plane, is because that. But and before I go, actually, I might, if I've got some wheels, some bigger wheels, I'm going to put bigger wheels on that, because those are just too damn small. So I might throw some bigger wheels on the nose gear. If I've got something here I can throw on there, I might do that. If they'll fit up in there once I do that, but I'll take a look at that. But yeah, I'm not anticipating any flying issues, but there could be some grass ops problems with those nose wheels, because they're damn little. So, but thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Ryan, I will try again for the newsletter. Oh, okay. Yeah, like Ryan, I got to sign up for your newsletter. I keep forgetting to do that. I got to do that. I really want to get that. So I gotta remember to go sign up for that damn thing. I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, I've been told about the steering tiller is it's really soft. It bends easy, but everybody says it bends back easy as well. So yeah, I'll look at that. I have that Dubro override spring thing that might be a good idea to put on here to maybe stop the bendage. I'll look into that. But thank you. Appreciate the reminding me about that. Yeah, several people have told me that the steering tiller arm is really soft and it bends easy. Oh yeah, I know where you are at social. I've been all over your page. I just keep forgetting to go sign up for the newsletter. Yeah, a lot of things going on. You know, you've been there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it keeps other stuff from breaking. If it bends and you can bend it back easy, well, that's what I was telling one guy. He was 3D in his plane and it broke he touched the tail down and broke one of the stabilizers and it snapped it a little ear, a little wooden ear off, and then it came off clean. It didn't do any damage to it. And he wanted to rebuild it with carbon fiber. And I said, dude, if you make it that strong, you're going to break the whole back of the airplane off. I think they designed it that way on purpose so it would be a real easy fix to just put the little tab back on versus rebuilding the whole elevator. Yeah, but I wanted to stand up to okay. Think about it there. I think it's much easier to repair that than to put a whole no tail on the airplane, but whatever. So. So what else am I missing in the chat? Yeah, if you guys haven't watched Bruce's show, he doesn't just talk about Tyrannus Free Sky, but he's a very knowledgeable guy. He's been doing this longer than me. And, he's very knowledgeable in the hobby. He's usually got some really good advice about a lot of good things. So look him up. It's RC Model Reviews. He has 2 channels. That's the one where he talks about product and the problem he was having with Free Sky sent him. Free Sky sent him a free radio, and he tested it out, and he loved it. So to make sure that he didn't get some special hand-picked, perfect radio, he bought one. Well, the one he bought broke. He only had it like a week, and it stopped working. And he fiddle-farted around with it for a while. And the guy's an electronic engineer, so he knows what he's doing. And he couldn't find what happened. It was out. And then one day he turned it back on, and it came back on. Well, that's even worse than being out, because now, can you trust it, or is it going to go out again? So now he's trying to get it to go back out, and he can't get it to go back out. So it just scared him to death. So he was never going to fly that radio because he never found out what was actually wrong with it. So it would be that constant in the back of your mind: is this radio going to crap out in the middle of a flight or not? So he just never used that one. But that didn't shake him from the radio. He still loved the Tyrannus radio, the Free Sky radio. And then he tested all their equipment and everything, and he was just so gung-ho. So, Free Sky sent him a Horus. He didn't like the Horus, neither do I. So he didn't give it a good review. I mean, he just didn't like it. He didn't like the feel of it, didn't like the size of the radio, the stick placement, the slider placement. Everything was just wrong. He didn't like it. So he gave it a bad review. Well, Free Sky stopped talking to him. They sent him the radio. He didn't ask for it. They sent it to him. He gives it a bad review. They stopped talking to him. They won't answer his emails. He sends them emails. Hey, listen, I think you guys should do this. And they listened to him on the first radio. They weren't talking to him. They weren't listening to him. So he just okay, whatever. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they started sending him some stuff again. They wanted him to test some other stuff. And everything they sent him didn't work. So he just did a show the other day pissing about, where Free Sky got a big head and thought their shit didn't stink, and then when the jumper radio came out, there was a big war over that because the jumper radio had their protocol in it, and they didn't like that, and they told all their dealers, if you're selling a jumper radio, you can't sell ours. We're pulling our franchise if you're selling a jumper radio, which is kind of shitty. I mean, I get it, but you know, I don't think it's their place to tell retailers what they can and can't sell. So, but they got real snotty about it. And then there's this new stuff that they're coming out with. It's got new protocol in it, and it's not reverse compatible. So any of the old stuff that you already have, it won't work with it. And so that was what Bruce was trying to convey to everybody, is that FrSky's definitely not thinking straight. You know, they've got their head up their ass. I hope they get their head out of their ass. Not that it bothers me any, because I have their older stuff and I'm not upgrading. I'm not going to update my software. I'm not going to update the firmware. I'm not buying anything newer. You know, I'm just going to keep buying the same old shit I've been buying, and I'm done. I mean, this is the last radio I'll ever need. Yeah, for sure it's the last radio I'll ever need. And I absolutely love the way it works. So, but yeah, I understand why Bruce is upset. You know, especially when they send you stuff and the stuff they send you doesn't even work. You know, how are you supposed to... And then they're going to get mad at him when he gets on his channel and tells everybody they sent me a bunch of stuff and none of it works. Well, you know, they should have made sure it worked before they sent it to him. You know, I mean, Bruce is an honest guy. He's going to tell you exactly, you know, what it is. He's not going to let them, you know, tell them what, you know, what he's going to say or do or whatever. And, you know, so he just tells it like it is. And, you know, so... pretty stupid of them not to make it reverse compatible, though. I'm just looking here to see if I've missed anything else in the chat. So, Fireman, you didn't buy a Taranis Plus? Or what radio did you buy, if it's not a Taranis Plus? I don't think you can still buy a Taranis, just a plain Taranis, unless you bought it used. Or how long ago did you buy yours? Maybe I'm just assuming you bought yours more recent. Maybe you bought yours before I bought mine. I don't personally like the new ones they came out with, the Q7 and the Q7S or whatever. I don't like the ergonomics of the radio, first of all. I don't like that it doesn't come with rechargeable batteries or a charging port and a charger. Yeah, I know it's cheaper, but it's not cheaper enough to make it worth not having that stuff. I'd rather pay a little more and get my plug-in-the-wall charger and a charging port on the radio and rechargeable batteries in the radio that I can just plug in, and, you know, I think that's worth the extra. I don't know, it's only about a $60 difference, I think. You know, so yeah, I'm not a fan of the new radios. I like my Taranis Plus. Do I paint other than white planes? Yeah, I have. It just depends on the beaver I had on the table here a couple weeks ago. I repainted. The orange was fading. I had already cleared the paint, the whole plane, when I got it out of the box, because it's mostly white bare foam. So I already clear coated it, but the orange paint started fading, so I repainted all the orange on the wing. Now the front cowl and the fuselage needs to be repainted, the orange. So I'm going to repaint that, and then I'll probably re-clear it. The only plane I did not follow my own advice on was the Valiant. I didn't clear it. Oh my God, is it filthy dirty. It looks terrible. So I'm going to get some bleach and water in a toothbrush, and I'm going to start scrubbing the foam and see if I can get the dirt out of the foam. And then I'm going to clear it, because it really needs it. It's that plane needs a facelift. flies great, but it looks terrible. You know, it's because I didn't clear it. I should have cleared it. So yeah, it's a mess. So I definitely need to work on that one. But yeah, it just depends. I probably wouldn't clear coat this one because it's you know, that matte or semi-gloss gray, and it's sealing all of the foam except the ailerons and the flaps are still bare foam, but everything else is covered. So now the bottom of the plane's bare foam, so I might just clear coat the bottom of this because it's clear and it's going to get dirty, and when you pick it up your hands are going to touch the bottom of it, and so yeah, there's a good chance I'm going to clear coat the bottom of it. But yeah, this has just got too much paint on it, so yeah, probably wouldn't clear this. It depends. You know, if I fly it around for a while and the decals start peeling, well, then I'm going to clear it. I'm going to tack those decals back down that are peeling, and then I'm going to clear over the whole thing to seal them in, because, you know, that's one thing I didn't do on my Avanti, and I should have. I didn't clear coat the Avanti, and all the damn decals on that are peeling off of it, all of them. I'm going to have to re-decal the whole damn airplane. You know, they're just all coming off, and it looks terrible. I should have clear coated it, and I didn't. So, yeah, you just have to kind of figure out for yourself, you know, and you might want to test it, you know, like on this plane. You know, if you're thinking, you know, should I clear it or not? Well, maybe I would have taken the rudder off, you know, the vertical stabilizer off, and cleared it off the airplane and see how it looks. Because it'll definitely seal the decals in. That's good. But see how it looks. You know, is it shiny? Is it too shiny? You know, does it look... And then if I like it, well, then I'd probably paint the rest of it. So, every plane's a, you know, individual, you know... You have to kind of evaluate each plane as you go, whether you want to clear it or not. You know, I don't want to ruin a good paint job by putting clear on it. Yeah, I'd experiment before you just blindly paint everything, because you might not like the outcome. Even though it's probably going to protect the plane and the decals and everything, it might not look as good. So, you know, test it first. You know, take a small piece and test it and see what you think before you get too clear crazy. Okay, so Furman, you bought your Taranis in 2012. Wow. Yeah, that's a long time ago. So you have a Taranis, not a Taranis Plus. Yeah, so there's some issues with that. Now, what firmware are you running in yours now? I'm assuming you've been updating your firmware. So what firmware are you running now? Okay, so I see I read your next one, and it's 2014. So you did buy a Taranis, not the Taranis Plus. I don't know. I know Bruce had there was a way to update the Taranis to the Taranis Plus firmware, if I remember right. So you're still running the original firmware and you never updated. Okay, well that's good. Is it working okay? Any issues? Anything you wish it did that it doesn't do? Yeah, Fred, you're right. Everybody has their favorites. And if you're not having a problem with the Spectrum, then there's no reason to change it. I mean, if you're not looking for telemetry and you know, I was getting shot down with the Spectrum, and it's funny. I got out to the flying for the first field down here, and the first day there, about 3 guys came over and told me they saw I was running a DX6i, and they said, "Oh, you got to be careful with that Spectrum out here. because we had 2 radio towers at each end of the field, about a half a mile that way and a half a mile that way, and they all swore up and down that they were shooting the spectrums down. And I was like everybody else, oh yeah, right. I lost 6 airplanes out there. And exactly the spots they told me. Yeah, over there, and that's exactly where I got hit. And I lost 6 airplanes, and when the 6th one went in, that was it. I get done with Spectrum. I was going to find something else. I didn't know what. I was going to look at the Aurora. I was looking at a lot of different radios. And then I found Bruce and the Tyrannus, and after all the testing I saw him do, this wasn't a quick decision. It took me about 4 months of hard looking before I came up with, this is the radio for me. So that was my story. But like I said, there's plenty of people flying Spectrum. I just everybody has their likes and dislikes. I'm not a big fan of Spectrum. That's just me. Not so much because of the problems I had with it, but that's definitely keying in. But just how expensive it is. How expensive is to buy a receiver? Yeah, I know. I can buy Lemon receivers or Hobby King receivers, or but it kind of defeats the purpose of buying Spectrum equipment and not flying Spectrum equipment. It's not Spectrum, so how good is it? If you're gonna attach yourself to that brand, that you fly Spectrum, and then you don't really fly Spectrum if you're flying Lemon or Orange or whatever, then it kind of defeats the purpose for me. But the real problem was what it costs to buy telemetry for a Spectrum radio was insane. And that was, between having the trouble I was having and not having the telemetry at a reasonable price, I wasn't going to update to a 6, DX6, 8, 9, IX12. Wasn't going to happen. So. Yeah. Okay. So, Fireman, they just came out with the new SE. See, I have the old SE. It's a couple years old, and it still has the buttons. They just came out with the new SE with the wheel. They're the same radio, but the new one has newer software or firmware. I think it's 2.3 in the Tyrannus Plus SE. The wheel wasn't a deal breaker for me, but it's funny that radio they bought from JR, and when they bought it from JR, it came with the wheel, and they took the wheel out of it to put the buttons in, and now they've gone back to the wheel. So I think that's kind of funny. The wheel's not a deal breaker. It's to each his own. I don't have a problem with the buttons. The buttons work fine. I wouldn't buy the radio or not buy the radio because it has a wheel. It doesn't have a wheel. Again, not a big deal. But yeah, if you're looking for a second radio, I would definitely pull the trigger on the SE, because everything you get extra for the few dollars more than just a standard Tyrannus Plus, to get the Tyrannus Plus SE is a way better deal. So absolutely, I'd pull the trigger on an SE if you're looking for a second radio. But if your original Tyrannus is working, I wouldn't do anything with it. And I think you were very smart not to run updates on your firmware, just like me. I've never run it on mine either, and I'm never gonna. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because I would have been pissed if I had lost my 2.0 and had the, because I did an update and they screwed it all up and I couldn't get back to. Oh boy, would I have been pissed. So I'm so glad I never updated it. It's a wheel breaker. That's a good one, Ryan. I like it. A wheel breaker. I thought a buddy get. you have a problem with your Tyrannus, see a doctor. Oh, Ryan's on a roll. He's got a million of them. Yeah, see, have you tried the X8R receiver? That's the one with the smart port for the telemetry. I'm not sure if that's compatible with the Tyrannus. I think it is, but I'm not positive. Those are the ones I buy. The X8, the X6R, or the X8R. It doesn't have the stabilization in it. Those are the X8S, I think, with the stabilization. I haven't bought any of those. Not interested in those. If I want to add stabilization to it, I'm going to do it here, because those receivers require you to program them and all kinds of other horse shit. Not interested in that. These receivers are ready to go out of the box. They have the smart port in them. All you do is you daisy chain your any of your modules you want to put in there to it. It's simple. So yeah, those are the only receivers I buy. I did buy one little 4-channel one because I piggyback it on any of my Spectrum planes, so I still have telemetry. If I'm flying the Spectrum protocol on the plane, all I have to do is throw this $19 4-channel receiver in there just to run the telemetry. It's not flying anything. I throw it in there with the battery voltage smart ported to it, and plug it into the battery pack, and the module's in the radio. So I'm flying off the Spectrum module, but the internal FreeSky protocol is where I'm getting my telemetry. So I still have the beauty of telemetry, even though I'm flying a Spectrum that came with a bind and fly receiver already in it. So the best of both worlds at that point for you Spectrum guys. If you want to keep flying Spectrum, but you want the beauty of the telemetry, that's an option you can do. You can still fly Spectrum. You just fly it through your FreeSky radio, which is kind of the same thing as buying a Spectrum radio and then putting a Lemon receiver in the plane. So, but yeah, that's what I do. All right, Ryan, have a good night. We'll see you Saturday night, buddy. Don't forget, Pilot Ryan Media, 9 o'clock Saturday night. Be there. I think the guys that I fly with that are flying that Q7S, I think, are using the DR4 and the XR8 receivers. They don't have the telemetry, or they say they do, but they're not compatible with the telemetry I'm running. I guess there's a different telemetry that FreeSky was running before what I'm using, the new stuff, the X series. So, because I tried putting my stuff in their receiver, it didn't work. So, I don't know what. Not that familiar with it. I don't know anybody with a Tyrannus. You're the first person I know personally as I know you over the internet, that has just a Tyrannus. I think, I'm not sure, but I think Bruce sold his Tyrannus Plus because he's only flying the one of those Q7 radios, whatever. Every time I see him, he's always flying that. He still has his regular Tyrannus because he had it on the show the other night when he was talking about how the stuff wasn't compatible. But I haven't seen him with his Tyrannus Plus anymore, so I'm not sure he still has it. He might have got rid of it when he got the the Q7 radio. Again, I don't know what the appeal is to that thing. Doesn't appeal to me at all. I don't like ergonomics of it. I don't like that it doesn't have rechargeable batteries or a charging port. Now I got to take a battery pack out of the radio to charge it, or put AA batteries in. That's not interested. I want a radio that I can just take the plug it in the side of it, and there it is, charging, and it flashes a light at you and then goes solid to tell you it's charging it, and then when the light goes out, it's charged. I mean, it's just idiot proof. Love that. So have you tried doing any telemetry with your Taranis radio, Fireman? Boy, you guys are awful quiet tonight. I don't think we're going on a marathon tonight. Nobody wants to talk. And my big talkers are gone. Now, Farmer Man's out plowing snow. I think Jeff might have left. Fred might still be here. I'm not sure. Mike's not even here tonight. Actually, I think he was briefly. I think Josh is gone. So yeah, everybody's getting tired, I guess, tonight. So which telemetry modules are you running? Marshall had to take a potty break. TMI, TMI, TMI. Brian! Okay, there you are. You're still here. Good. Are you using... I don't know. Because I'm not real familiar with just the Taranis, so I'm that's why I'm asking, because I don't know. Are you using the X series modules, like for the battery and stuff, or do you have to go back to the older stuff to use it? I don't think the Taranis was out very long, right? It was a brief, short time the Taranis was out before they came out with the Taranis Plus. I don't think the Taranis ran very long. At least how Bruce made it sound, anyway. I mean, because I started watching this show right when the Taranis came out, and he switched over to the Taranis Plus almost instantly. So I don't know much about the Taranis at all. Bruce had already stopped talking about it by the time I found him and started looking at it. Yeah, Paul, right? You're a AP mechanic, right? And you're actually at work listening to us? Okay, well that's good then. If they're the X series stuff, because that stuff's fantastic. Yeah, I buy most of my stuff from a loft as well. I wish I'd have bought my first radio from a loft. So speaking of a lot of Taranis and FreeSky, channel order on FreeSky, you can make it whatever you want. It defaults the same as Spectrum. One is throttle, 2 is aileron, 3 is elevator, 4 is rudder. Futaba is pretty much the only one that runs. 3 is the throttle. 1's aileron, 2's elevator, 3's throttle, 4 is rudder. I don't think I know of anybody else that runs that protocol, that setup, except Futaba. But FreeSky gives you the ability in the radio to set it to whatever you want. So if you want it to be like Futaba and you want number 3 to be the throttle, you can set it up to do that. That's the beauty of this radio, is it lets you do anything you want. But it comes defaulted, it's 1's throttle. And that's fine, because my other stuff was Spectrum. You know, all my Futaba gear is old 72 megahertz Futaba gear. I didn't, you know, my first 2.4 gigahertz radio was a well, let me think a minute. Well, it was a Tactic radio, actually. My first radio was a Tactic radio. I bought the Corsair, and it was ready to fly. It came with the radio. And then I bought that Beaver receiver or transmitter ready, because it had the receiver, a Tactic receiver already in it. So I used that radio to fly both those airplanes. And but then I got hooked when I found the Bind and Fly products that Horizon put out. That sold me on the DX6i. But then after I learned a few things, I decided I had to get away from that. It was too expensive, and I didn't like the protocol, and you know, so that's when I switched. So I guess the only reason I went to Spectrum first is that they had just come out with the Nano QX, the little mini quadcopter that was like $69 Bind and Fly, or $49, and it was really cool looking. And you had to have a Spectrum radio, and I'm like, oh well, you know, I went on eBay and I found these little blue Spectrum radios that I don't even remember what they came with. I think they came with airplanes, and the people lost the planes, and they were selling the radios for $20. So I bought one of those, thinking I could bind it to the quadcopter and fly it. Well, it bound to it okay, but the stick configuration was not movable, and they weren't on the right, everything wasn't right. So it kept turning the stability on and off while I was trying to fly it, and it just became a nightmare. So I said, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to buy a real. And that's when I bought a DX6i. But when I wanted to upgrade from that, and you know, after I had the problems and everything, it was time to go on a real hunt. So I spent a good 4 months, you know, looking everywhere and checking everybody's stuff out and looking at the prices, not just of the transmitter, but how much is the receivers, how much is telemetry, how easy is it to operate. And I was watching all these videos, hours and hours and hours of videos on YouTube, you know, trying to find the answer, which is which radio is right for me. Price, availability, reliability, you know, and does it do what I want? And you know, the Trantis was just it for me. That was the radio that checked all the boxes. You know, it just, and I have never looked back. Fireman's right. Oh yes, you do, buddy. Anybody that's been married knows damn well he's paying more for it now than he ever did. You're damn right it's more expensive now. Don't ever kid yourself, buddy. Ain't no free pussy anywhere. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was the worst day of my life was when I finally got involved with girls, because I was flying long before I was interested in girls, and I was so happy. And then I got involved with girls, and it was all downhill from there. So I'm in a part of my life now where I'm back on my airplanes, and I don't need the girls anymore. Yeah, and I'm so much happier again. So, yeah. It was a good try, Marshall. You weren't convincing any of us. We were way ahead of that one. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, golly, golly, golly. When you know, Fireman, you said you wish the Loft had told you about the Plus. Do you think the Plus was available when you bought your Tyrannus? And they just didn't mention it? Or do you think you got your radio before the Plus came out? Alright, Fred. Hey, man, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much. It's definitely good to have you in the chat. We'll see you next week. I'm going to have a giant P40 to show off next week. So make sure you make it next week. Okay, Taro, so you said, does the orange receiver, just caught that message. It almost got away from me. So you're asking, does the orange module for DSMX work in the Tyrannus as Spectrum is not making the X receivers not backwards compatible? Okay, so here's what I know about that. They're making the X compatible. They're not making the DSM2 compatible. So I bought one of the new Opteras, the 1.2, and it came with that new receiver in it. And it's not compatible with my module because my module is only DSM2. But I bound it to my old DX6i and it worked fine. And that's the old DSMX DSM2 transmitter. And it bound to that, but it would not bind to my Spectrum module in my bay because my Spectrum module is DSM2, not DSMX. So that's the only plane I've bought so far that would not work with the module I have. Yes, it should work with the orange module. Now, I don't know that much about the orange module because I know I've watched the video. There's a guy that does a very good video on how to set it up. But I don't fully understand why it has these three different protocols. You got to press the button and one light comes on. You press it twice and then two lights come on. You press it 3 times and 3 lights come on, I think, if that's what I remember right. And you have to run through each one of those to try to bind the airplane to find the one that works with that particular receiver. I have no idea what's going on there. But I would think, because it is DSMX, not DSM2, that orange module would be compatible with the new receivers that Horizon's coming out with. you've got two options. You can buy it, they're not that expensive, and try it yourself, or you can just keep watching YouTube and somebody will review it. They probably already have, and let you know if it's working or not. So I would check into it, and see what you're coming up with. But yeah, that's my only experience with the new receivers, is that it would not bind to my DSM-2 module in my Tyrannus, but it bound to my DX6i fine. And that radio is 6 years old at least, my DX6i. And so when I want to fly that new Optera, I have to remember to take that radio to the field. So I'm going to have to update my module. There's another YouTube video. So, what channel is ITTD? Had a plus on his channel. So who's ITTD? Is that what that is? ITTD? I'm not familiar with that one, I don't think. Maybe I am, yet just don't catch the abbreviation. No, I haven't flown the Phantom yet. This weekend. I tried to fly it last weekend. It was way too windy. But I think the winds are going to be good this weekend. So, yeah, Paul, I'm flying it this weekend. And I'll probably fly it a bunch. So... Hey, no problem, Marshall. You can plug your stuff anytime you want. Absolutely. You're doing a build and a review on a maiden flight on the Arrows RC Bigfoot. Really? Okay. Provided by Dave's RC. Okay. Good plug. I like it. I'll try to catch that. When is that? Is it? Have you already done it? Because you got a link up here now. Is that the link to the Bigfoot review? Is that it's already up? Well, good to have you with us, Colin. I see you're a newbie. You don't have a wrench, but you do now. Yeah, glad you stopped by to check us out. We've been going for 3.5 hours so far. This is a short show. They call me the marathon man. I've done 7 hours and 20 minutes, I think, is the record now. So yeah, but I don't think we're going to be doing that tonight. I think everybody's tired. I think everybody wants to call it a night. We're running out of things to talk about. I keep bringing up new stuff, but I don't. I think we're running out of steam tonight. But yeah, I'm glad you're here. I hope you enjoy what we do here while you're watching. I don't know how much longer we're going to be here. I mean, nobody said they're leaving, but we still got 10 in the room. So we might be here a while. Wouldn't be unheard of. Not on my show. Okay, cool. All right, well, we'll be looking for your Bigfoot review for sure, Marshall. I love watching people that fly this stuff and let us know what they think. Makes it easier to make a decision whether you want to buy it or not. Oh, okay. So that was just a link to your channel. You just got the Bigfoot today. Okay. Well, good. We'll be looking for that. When do you think you'll have it up? By next my show next week or before that? I think I'm subscribed to your channel, so I'm not. I for sure I'm going to go put the bell on. I'm sure I'm subscribed. I might not have rung the bell, so I'll ring the bell. So when you put it up, I'll get notified, and then I'll be able to watch it. Yeah, this is the E-flite F4. It was on sale. It might still be. I haven't looked. It was on sale, $100 off. Normally $419. On sale for $319. So I pulled the trigger. Couldn't pass up $100 savings like that, so I grabbed it. The receiver I just put in there, it's got the paddles on it, but not the big plastic paddles. They've come out with these new ones now, that these little flat, really flat, thin, almost look like electrical boards. You know, I'm not sure exactly what the story is of that. And I've already got a couple of these receivers in other planes. They're working fine. No issues. But yeah, that's the... They used to offer the receiver with the whiskers. You know, it came with the big paddles, the big hard plastic paddles, and the whiskers for like an extra $1 or $1.50. So I always bought them that way. And so I have some whiskers that I could put on it and take those off, or I've got big paddles. I've got lots of antennas. And they're just snap-ons. You don't even have to solder them. They snap on. So, but I don't see any reason to change these so far. They were working fine on the other planes I've been flying. Haven't had any issues. So, have you had any problems? You know what, Marshall, you're going to have to screw up really bad to yard dart that thing. I mean, holy crap, that thing will fly itself. Just let go of the radio. It'll pull out of whatever dive it's in. You know, especially if you put the flaps out. Hit the flap switch and set the radio on the ground. It'll save itself. I don't see any way in the world you're going to yard dart that thing. So you like this particular one, Colin? Well, that's cool. God, yeah, that's good to hear. You know, that makes me feel a little better. I didn't really see an issue with the plane other than these tiny little nose wheels, because I fly off grass. So I'm thinking they're going to be an issue. We'll see. I'm actually thinking about grabbing some wheels off of something else that are a little bigger and see if I can get them on there, and then maybe have to modify the bay a little bit to get it to fit. But yeah, I'm seriously thinking about changing those front wheels because they're tiny, and I'm not real crazy about that. But other than that, it's a beautiful airplane. It looks cool as hell. The landing gear was the only thing why I didn't pull the trigger, and then when they knocked $100 off, I was like, okay, because even if I can only fly it on paved runways, I'm planning to go to some shows this year that are paved, so I'll just save it for them. I got plenty of things to fly, so it's not like I can't just put it up until I go to a show. So if I have to do that, I will. But yeah, it's it's a pretty cool airplane. It's beautiful looking for sure. So, and when I've watched other people fly it, they seem to fly good. So I'm pretty excited. I can't wait to do it. While Bill can't sleep, geez, I'll watch Kenny talk about RC stuff. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you. Oh, In the Tube Deep channel. Okay, now I know who you're talking about. Yes, I've watched him, and I know he's watching me because a couple of the things I talked about right after I did it, he started using it. One of the things was having the voice tell you what your throttle position, what throttle position you're in. Now he's using that, so I know he watches my show. And I've watched his show. He's had some good tips about some stuff. The one thing he was talking about was I think it was either putting a picture in the radio, or was putting a sound in the radio. One of those, he skipped a step. Because I was following it, and it's like, okay, this doesn't work. What am I missing here? And then I think I had to go over to Scott Page, I think it might have been, and watched his video, and he skipped a step too, but they both skipped different steps. So by putting the two of them together, I got it. I had to watch both videos, and okay, he's missing, and okay. So I did everything that the two of them had said, and then it worked. So, but yeah, I've watched his show with the troublemaker. You needed a nap, Michael. Oh, well, of course I'm still here. This is the marathon show. RC Flyer, it's good to see you, man. So you put a back seat guy in the F8. The F-18 didn't come with a back seat guy either? Because I'm a little wondering why there's no back seater in this. I mean, they never fly an F4 without the back seater in it. Not that I know of. So why in the hell they would put this plane out with no back seater, I don't know. It's just goofy. But yeah, there's no back seat Rio in this one. It needs to be one in there. I'm probably going to put one in there. Yeah, there's the nose wheel has a light on it. I'll show you. Right there. So there's a nice bright landing light on the nose, and then it got the nav lights. So, yeah, it's a bright sucker too. Yeah, I wouldn't mind putting some strobes on the F4. You know, the wingtip strobes, and maybe, you know, I'd have to look to see if there's a light on the top and on the bottom. There probably is. Probably a tail light too. I've been known to add lights to planes before. It's I love the lights. That's all. That well, it is a deal breaker for me. I'll tell you. Depending on how much the plane is. You know, if they're in the 229 range, like from Horizon, and it doesn't have any lights on it, I ain't buying it. You know, I want the lights. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the lights. Yeah, that's right, Brian. This is the show that starts at dinner and ends with breakfast. Yeah, I've been watching Ryan's show since 7 years ago. It was one of the very first shows I found on YouTube. Um, and he was doing all... It started out with the Pilot Training Command, was I think the name of the show. Um, and he was reviewing a lot of FMS planes, and him and Mike in his garage. And I mentioned that to him, and he said that was 3 houses ago. So he's moved 3 times since that video was made. One of the planes he really loved convinced me to buy it. The FMS P-51, the blue-nosed Dallas Darling. So it's a B model Mustang. Beautiful airplane. So I bought that. I still have it. So I've been watching their shows since probably 7 years now. It's been a long time. Well, that's the beauty of YouTube, RC Flyer, is you can always rewatch them, you know, whenever you want, whenever it's convenient for you. So if you don't make it into the show to participate, you can always watch the show, which I really love. Because the other night, last night, I fell asleep during Josh's show, and then I woke up for GB's, and then I fell asleep again and missed the rest of GB's. So... but I can go back and watch them anytime. So YouTube's phenomenal. I love YouTube. Yeah, apparently her. Well, that's okay. Let me think. Yeah, because that was an FMS plane. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe Horizon just doesn't believe in putting 2 pilots in planes, because I know the FMS planes used to, before Horizon got involved with them, used to have 2 pilots in their stuff. The T-28 had 2 pilots in it until the version 4, and now it only has 1. So yeah. So what kind of landing gear is this you're talking about, Michael? I mean, is it like all aluminum machined, or, you know, what's different about it? What makes it so special? And which plane did you put it in? A T-28? Your 2-meter T-28. So that's the big one. Yeah, yeah. Tell me more. I want to hear more about this landing gear. Yeah, so the V1 had 2 pilots in it. V2 had 2 pilots in it. V3 had 2 pilots in it. V4 does not. So, yeah, that was one of the things that I was like, yeah, the damn airplanes had 2 pilots in it, and they took away the cow flaps too. Version 4 doesn't have cow flaps anymore. The other versions had the working cow flaps, but not version 4. Yeah, it's an extra $100 for the pilot. Yeah, I don't, I don't doubt that. Oh yeah, we're a great show, Colin. You'll like these guys. They're funny as shit. These guys are hilarious, and you missed most of them. The rest of the clowns that come here, we have a great time in this show. We have a lot of fun. So yeah, you're gonna have a good time here. Make sure you come back. Make sure you subscribe. Are you talking to me, Paul, about the afterburners? I like them. I like them a lot. I don't know that I want to spend that much money to put them in my planes, since they really don't, they don't have any effect on the flying. And as far as looking cool, in bright daylight, I know you can see them, but they really don't show up that much. I mean, a spectator just looking at the plane would probably not notice the difference between a plane with burners and one without. We notice it because we're looking at them. I mean, after you put them in the plane, you're staring at the tailpipes the entire time you're flying the airplane because you want to see them. Now at night or dusk, yes, absolutely, they would look awesome. And I especially like the way they look on the F-22. Yeah, I think it was probably Gooniac's page that had a picture of the F-22 with them lit. And, oh, did that look good. So, yeah, I like them. I just don't know if I'd be willing to spend the money to get them. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I am thinking about putting a set in my yak. But I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, I definitely like them. I think they look great. Very cool. Wow, $45 for all 3 struts. Okay, that's a good deal. What's the name of this company on the eBay? I gotta check this out. This sounds really interesting. No, you don't have to run a second second battery for lights. LEDs take nothing. I mean, just about zero amperage away from the battery. It won't shorten your flight times. You won't notice any difference whatsoever. Literally, I mean, you can run these lights all night long, and they're not going to. You know, these lights have been on for 4 hours now. You know, I bet they've barely. I'll bet the battery. It was a fully charged battery, and I'll bet it's just barely off a full charge. And these lights have been running for 4 hours. So, yeah, there's no drain, nothing that's going to affect flying duration or anything. So don't worry a thing about the lights. Exactly. Well, but Michael, you're part of the entertainment. So of course it's free. You know, you're part of the show. The 80 millimeter suspension to be too weak. That's I don't like it at all. I'll be honest with you. It looks like they're just hanging straight down, which is not the way they are on a real 18. They're not hanging all the way down like that. And then when it lands, they collapse all the way up to they're resting on the bottom where there's no suspension. And it's completely inaccurate. I'm not a fan of that at all. I think that suspension's horrible they put on that thing. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Yeah, I don't like their suspension at all on that plane. You know, I mean, the mechanism maneuvers is correct, but it should be suspended on the spring, okay, so that it's floating up and down, on the spring, and it's not. It's hard down on the stop, resting on it. I mean, the spring, I guess, is only there enough tension to push it and make sure it's fully extended, so that when it goes up into the holes correctly. Other than that, it doesn't serve any purpose. And yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm not at all. Very disappointed in that. So, realistic. That's okay. I can go back to the video and watch it. Okay, thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'm going to have to check their landing gear out and see what's going on. Now, the landing gear on my Yak is perfect. The Yak 130, the 90 millimeter. It's a trailing arm similar to the F-18, but it doesn't extend way out like that. But when the plane lands on it, it's sitting on the springs, not on the stops. So when I'm taxiing across the grass field, the landing gear's doing all of this, and the plane's just as smooth as can be while the landing gear's, hitting all the grass and bouncing all over, and the plane's just as smooth as can be, which is the way it's supposed to be. So, but that's not the way that F-18 works. I don't like that at all. So, Colin, what kind of hangar tour are we doing? Is this a real airplane's hangar tour or somebody's model airplane hangar tour? Is it yours? Is it Jackson's? What are we talking about here? Now you got us all interested in this. Holy crap. When's the show? Tomorrow, huh? What time tomorrow? Right, they just collapse. But I think, I could be wrong, but after I saw that, I went out and started watching some carrier landing stuff on YouTube, real carrier landing stuff on F-18s. And the gear doesn't look like it's hanging down, like straight down the way it is on the model. It looks like it's down, but it's slightly back down. Not just all the way extended, which is what it looks like it is on the model. And it doesn't look right. And I could have been looking at it wrong, or maybe, but like I said, I was watching about an hour's worth of carrier landing F-18 after I saw that landing gear. I'm like, man, that ain't right. So I was watching specifically just to see if the real gear looked like that. And I didn't think it did. But for certain, it shouldn't be laying on the stops. So yeah, I'm just not a fan of that at all. Sure, we can talk about batteries and battery chargers. I did a big show on batteries about 3 or 4 episodes ago, but I didn't talk about chargers very much. But I did a whole thing about batteries and how to charge them, and so yeah, go check that out. Bill, I think you'll enjoy that. I titled it. I forgot to title my show tonight. I think I called it. What did I call it? The voodoo of batteries, something like that. What people don't want to talk about. Because everybody, they get into this battery war about whose brand's the best, and But yeah, I did a good show on that. So yeah, go check that out, and then yeah, maybe I'll do one on chargers, because I've got several, and I've got some opinions on those as well. Yeah, I have some HBR batteries, and they work fine on prop planes. They don't work in jets. But yeah, I have a few of those, and I wasn't dissatisfied with them until I tried flying them in the jet, and that didn't work out so well. So it's going to be your personal RC hangar, workshop tour, and well as information, son. Okay, cool. I'll be looking for that tomorrow. Seven p.m. is perfect. That works perfect. Yeah, Brian, I've been flying. Those are the latest batteries I bought. Are those Fiftyone? I've got 8 packs. I have 4 6-cell packs and 4 4-cell packs, and I've been flying my jets on them. And so far, so good. But I'm being very gentle on them. I don't push my jets hard. Flying them very gently, very easy. And so far, so good. The batteries are holding up pretty good. Now, one of the guys is flying his pretty hard on those packs, and his pack died. I mean, to the point where it charged and showed fully charged, but on takeoff roll, the voltage dropped below threshold and shut the radio down. Literally. So the motor kept running, but the load drawed so much voltage out of the pack, the cells went below 2.6 or 2.8, and it shut the radio off. So we didn't have any control of it. So it did a really slow, sluggish takeoff, and then just did this gentle roll right into the ground because he didn't have any control of it. Shut the radio off. So I didn't expect that. That surprised the shit out of me. Even batteries, when they go bad, do better than that. I couldn't believe that thing went from fully charged to under 2 volts, or under 3 volts on takeoff roll. Blew my mind. So I get mine on eBay. The Floridians, whatever, however you pronounce that shit. I buy them on eBay. Good price. I bought the 6L packs were, I think they were $50 a piece. I don't remember. I think I bought 4 for 200 or $198 for 4. 4500 45C 6-cell. And then I bought 2 4-cell 4500 45C for like $70 for 2 4-cell packs. So yeah, they're priced good. The quality looks pretty good. Mine are holding up so far. They've got, maybe 10 flights on them, not a lot. They're not puffing or getting soft or anything. They're rock solid, beautiful so far. But like I said, I'm really easy on my batteries. So the other guy at the field that's the one that turned me on to these batteries has been pushing his pretty hard. And like I said, his pack was puffed. Not bad, but it was puffed a little bit. He didn't notice it was puffed. That's how little it was puffed. He didn't notice it. And then I took my battery and I put it on the table next to his battery to show him. And he was like, oh my God. And it was about the thickness of one cell. Taller. Not rounded at all, not soft, but just it increased by about a cell. So it was very subtle. But like I said, the voltage just went from full charge to under 3 volts, 2.8 per cell on takeoff roll. And it shut the radio off and he lost it. So it finally got airborne, and then it just did a gentle roll into the ground and crashed. Didn't do a lot of damage, but it broke the fuselage. It broke the nose. So he said it could have been fixed, but he's not going to fix it. He's going to replace it. Yeah, that's true, RC Flyer, if you want to run a separate battery pack for insurance. But again, that's where the telemetry comes in. If you've got telemetry on your radio and it's telling your battery voltages, you don't need a spare battery pack because you know exactly where your battery's at the entire time she's talking to you. So, and that's why I fly the telemetry, to avoid that kind of problem. Yeah. Listen, hard discharging a battery is like flying in a jet at wide open throttle the whole time. You're going to destroy the battery discharging it hard. You want to take it down easy. Think about it. I mean, if you're hammering a battery to discharge it, it's the same as flying it in a jet. It's hard on the pack. I can assure you, the life expectancy of your battery won't be good if you're going to hard discharge it. It's just not good for it. Nor is hard charging it. I mean, you wouldn't charge it at 10 amps. Not every time. The battery won't last long if you're doing that. That's why they recommend, 1 amp. I think it's 1 amp per 1-to-1 basically. If it's a 2200 battery, you charge it at 2.2 amps. So, yeah. And you want to discharge it the same way or similar to get the most out of your batteries. You know, you're right. A great discharger does it quickly, but it's hard on the battery. So hey, we got another newbie in the room. What do you say, McCub Crazy? Mr. Cub Crazy. Well, hey, Mr. Cub Crazy, welcome to the show. You get a wrench. So how'd you find my show? Since this is your first time here, I'm pretty sure. Well, you can still, you know, if you have a free Sky Radio and you want to put a Futaba module in the bay, you could fly your heli on Futaba protocol and still take advantage of the battery telemetry. So, you know, because they make a module to go in the bay for Futaba, and you get, again, it's just like I fly Spectrum with my free Sky and have telemetry, and you can do the same thing with the Futaba if you want. Okay, well, I'm glad you've stopped by before. I guess this is the first time you actually said something, and I'm glad you did. Glad you're here. You're very welcome to come. I hope you come again. Listen, I was a Futaba flyer for many, many years. I bought my Futaba equipment in, I want to say, 70, yeah, probably 78, somewhere around there. And I still have it, but it's all 72 megahertz. Now, at least the last one for sure, I think the last two I bought, have the module bay. And I can actually put a 2.4 gigahertz module in that bay, and that radio will fly a plane on 2.4 gigahertz. And so I can still use those old radios. The problem is they're single airplane radios. They're not programmable. You can't put model memory in it, you know. So if I fly more than one plane on it, the trims are all going to be screwed up for the next plane. So it's a once and done. So to buy a module and put it in that radio just so I can fly one airplane with it, it'd be stupid. But it'll do it. I mean, they had already thought of this back then about putting a module in the bay, and they haven't changed the size or the pin configuration of the module. So a 2.4 gigahertz module will go right in my 1978 Futaba radio, and I could go out and fly a 2.4 gigahertz plane on whatever protocol the module is. If it's a Futaba module, then I can go fly a 2.4 gigahertz Futaba plane. It just depends on what you put in the bay. But yeah, it's pretty cool that that would still work. Oh my God, you just bought an iX20. You've had it for 5 hours? So what are you doing? Shopping on Amazon on your radio? Or are you watching a movie on Netflix on your radio? Well, Marshall, we're going to have to disagree on that, but I would not discharge a battery pack at 15 amps. Not a 3030C. No way. But you do what you want. I mean, you know, that's way too hard on a battery. I would never discharge a battery that hard. But that's just me. Netflix is a good idea. It'll do it. You know, that's, you know. Oh, really, Colin? What are you flying? It's got more than 12 channels. Okay, I gotta hear this. What the hell are you flying? Yep, Fireman's absolutely right. With the telemetry, you can fly at the storage voltage. You won't need to discharge it at all, or very little. Or recharge it back up very little, but yeah. That's the beauty of telemetry. How long you been flying, Marshall? You get a live stream on the X20. I heard it'll do that too. Yeah. Not worth $1,400 though, but whatever. The A24 Banshee. Yeah, but 7 servos doesn't mean 7 channels, does it? I mean, you've got, what, two on the flaps and maybe 2 on the ailerons or something? They're not separate channels. Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. If you're going to set them up on and then mix them all together so that you can set the endpoint in each one. I watched a guy do that once on a pattern airplane. Yeah, he was showing. I think he had a DX20, and yeah, he was doing that. He was setting the endpoint and the progression rate, you know, to get all the servos to match exactly, you know, as they were moving. And I was watching him set that up. It was interesting. But yeah, I guess if you're doing that, I can see where you need a lot more than 12 channels. Yeah, I don't fly like that. But yeah, if that's what you're flying, I get it. And I can see how you would need that. Okay. What brand batteries are you flying, Marshall? How many flights are on my 262? Actually, not that many. Probably, maybe 20. I was disappointed in it, but I'm in the process of changing it. You know, it was set up as a 4-cell plane, and the batteries and speed controls were in the fuselage, overheating horribly. And I was getting less than 3 minutes on I think it was a 4,000 pack 4-cell. Wasn't happy with that at all. So I upgraded the ESCs and put them in the nacelle. So I put 100 amp speed controls in each nacelle, so I can run 6-cell packs on it, and I put the Avanti landing gear in it. So I've got a little bit more to do. I got to finish up the nose wheel is all I need to do, and then we're going to go out and try it on a 6-cell and see if I can. Because I throttled back, you know, and that was even with it throttled back. I still only got less than 3 minutes, and that was just not acceptable. So wasn't happy. It flies fantastic. Oh my God, what a beautiful flying airplane! I mean, it's just on rails. It just floats, and super nice airplane. Flies really good, but the flight time was terrible. So I'm going to try to improve that. I think if I run a 6-sail and throttle back even more to keep it flying, I'll get much longer flight times. And if that doesn't work, I might change the motors and the fans as well to something else, like what's in the airliner, because they're getting 7 minutes, I think, on the airliner, the new AL37. So maybe I'll just order those fans, because they'll drop right in. This is twin 70s, and so's the airliner. So if I buy those motors and fans and drop them in this, it should turn this into a real good flyer. So Paul, I'll tell you, it depends. Okay, it's a great airplane. It flies great. It looks great. The landing gear sucks. So it's pretty cheesy landing gear, and it's not in there real well. So if you fly it a lot off grass, you're going to tear it out of the plane eventually. If you're flying off pavement and you can make good landings, it's fine. That's the only complaint is and the speed controls in the fuselage is no good. I mean, you'll burn it. I've watched 2 of them catch on fire on YouTube, because these guys were flying it wide open the whole time, and all of a sudden it just bursts into flames and crashes and burns. So the speed controls in the fuselage are just not going to work on that plane. I don't know if they're still doing that. They might have changed it, because I know Bobby's been talking a lot about all the changes they're making to their planes over at Dynam, and so maybe they've come to their senses and fixed that. But the original setup, they had the 2 speed controls back to back, attached to each other. I mean, oh my God, all that heat. The 2 of them are heating each other. I mean, it was crazy, and that's why these things were catching on fire. So yeah, that was a problem. So if you want to, do a little work, move the nacelles, move the ESCs to the nacelles for sure. Like I said, I upgraded mine so I can run 6-sail packs and throttle back even more to try to increase the flight time. Yeah, I think it's a great airplane. I'm not sorry I bought it, but yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the landing gear, and I'm a little disappointed in the way the ESCs were I think they were 60 amp ESCs back to back in the fuselage. So they got so hot you couldn't even touch them. When you landed, man, if you got anywhere near them, you'd have a burn. They were red hot. And I was, like I said, I was backed off. Probably, I was only at about 35-40% throttle, and they still got that hot. No airflow in there. And I drilled out the guns, here. I drilled them out so air would go in the gun holes, into the fuselage, and I put a breather hole in the back so the air would escape out, trying to cool those things down, and it didn't work. They were still red hot. So that's why I moved them to the nacelles. But, it's a beautiful airplane. I really like it. I'm just a little disappointed in the flight time and stuff, but I'm experimenting with changing that. We're going to see what happens. And what kind of planes are you flying, Marshall? Like propped warbirds? Is that what you fly? All right. Well, keep us posted, especially on your if you're flying the HRBs in your EDF. Keep me posted. I'd like to see what your results are. I know what mine were. So, and I'm easy on batteries. So, um, yeah, Michael, you guys missed my show on the batteries. There might be only a couple of manufacturers that make batteries, but they don't make them the same for everybody they're making them for. You know, Horizon's going to call in and say, this is what I want. I want batteries in this range with this kind of matching percentage-wise and this much C rating, and that's what they're going to build them. And then Hobby King's going to call up and say, just give me any crap you got, I don't care. And it's coming from the same factory, but believe me, they're not the same battery packs. And that's the difference. You know, it's you know, and that's why JetWorks packs, you know, he's got a very stringent order. They've got to be this level, this C rating, this discharge rate, you know. You pay more, but the battery factory's making a better battery for him because that's what he ordered. So even though the same factory's making the battery pack, they're just not, you know, stamping out the exact same battery and then putting a different label on it. They're building them to what they want, and that's how the prices change so much. You know, and that's why the quality changes so much. Because, you know, when you're buying a battery from some unknown name place that doesn't give a crap, you're getting crap batteries. You know, even though they came from the same place, they're not the same batteries. Well, how many flights do they have on these packs, Marshall? And what do you what do you consider acceptable? You know, I've got battery packs I've been flying for 6 years. Okay, so are we talking, you know, 6 months and that's cool? I got, you know, 50 flights on them and they're done now or whatever. You know, everybody's expectations are different. So, what are you guys expecting out of these batteries? Yeah, you're right, Brian. I am wondering what's coming next. You know, battery technology is getting crazy. And, yeah, it's going to be amazing to see what comes next. You know, how much more flight time we're going to get out of these things and how long they're going to last. Perfect example. I bought, I used to work for Home Depot back in 99, 2000. And at Christmas time, you could buy these drill and impact gun sets. You know, the two guns, 2 battery packs, charger, and everything. Real cheap. And the batteries have a lifetime warranty on them. So every couple years, my battery packs were going to crap. I'd go back up to Home Depot and they'd exchange them and I get new ones. Well, these last packs I've got have lasted 5 years so far. And there's still no sign of them going bad. So it's amazing how much they've changed since 2000. You know, like I said, these last packs I've gotten, you know, I've got 4 because I bought them 2 years in a row. So I have 2 drills, 2 impact guns, 4 batteries, 2 chargers. And I replaced all my batteries 5 years ago at Home Depot, and they're working perfect now. I mean, there's no sign of them giving up or anything. So yeah, the battery technology is changing all the time. It's amazing what we're getting now. And I've got planes I can fly 20 minutes, 30 minutes on a battery. Of course, I'm easy on my batteries, and I'm using a lot of throttle control, throttle management. But people just look at me. The first time I flew my Avanti for 10 minutes, I had 3 guys walk over me and say, "How big a battery do you have in that thing, and how long were you up there?" And I said, "Oh, it's up there 10 minutes, and it's a 4,500 pack." And they're like, "How the hell are you staying up?" Throttle management. I'm throttled way back. I'm just cruising. The plane's still doing 70. It's not doing 100, but I get a 10-minute flight instead of a 3-minute flight. Big difference. The guy I was flying with, his fluorine pack is puffed now in garbage after he hasn't even had 6 months flying in his Avanti. It's pretty well. He was flying it, and he also has that intruder, the free wing intruder. So that's the only planes he's been flying that battery in, is those 2 planes. And he was flying them pretty hard. At the beginning, he was flying them real hard until he saw me fly it, and my airspeed wasn't much less than his, and I was flying 10 minutes and he was flying 3. So he started managing the throttle on his, and now he's getting 6 minutes, and I'm getting 6 or 7. We usually take off together. He always lands first, and then I land after him, but I've been usually landing like right after him. I don't keep flying around for, and that's one of the things I noticed about that fluorine. It lost, the first flights I did 10 minutes. Now I can't go 10 minutes anymore. It just won't handle it. And I know I have the throttle in the same position because my radio tells me where my throttle is, and at negative 23 is the throttle position. So that's under half throttle, negative 23. And that's what I fly it at each time, because I'm trying to do comparison flights on different batteries and over time. And when I first got those batteries new, they were going 10 minutes at that throttle position, and now they're only going about 7 minutes. So they're already, and they haven't started puffing or getting soft or anything. They look brand new. But they're already starting to, to lose their longevity. They still seem to be pretty punchy. I mean, I haven't noticed anything there, but they're definitely losing their longevity. So, yeah, you're right, Marshall. Everybody's experiences are different, for sure. I just, like I said, I did a show about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I had over 100 battery packs on the table here, and every brand you can think of, I've got them all, and I was explaining all the different usages and how long they've lasted, and what, this one's big puff because I put it in jet, and this one still looks good because it hasn't been in a jet, and things like that. So, but yeah, it's, yeah, you're right. Everybody's battery experiences are different. It has a lot to do with how you treat them. Do you storage charge them all the time? Do you cycle them, up and down? Are you flying them in jets exclusively? Are you flying them mixed jet and airplane? That's what I do. I don't have anything that's exclusive. Everything goes in my Warbirds, my 6L Warbirds and my 6L jets get the same batteries. When a battery gets real tired, I stop flying it in the jet, but I can still fly it in the Warbird. And then, how long you keep them. So since I've been doing this for 47 years, and of course the LiPos haven't been out that long, but I've got a lot of battery experience. Yeah, it's, everybody's, like you said, everybody's experiences are different. So, What is that emoji you've got on here, Cub Crazy? The square one. What is that? Is that... I don't know what the hell that is. What is that? I haven't seen that one before. I don't know what that means. Got some thumbs up and the cool glasses guy, but I don't know what the square box means. Oh, I gotcha. I see. Yeah, I've had that issue before. Yeah, my mobile phone doesn't always give the same emojis as the computer does. My mini me? Okay. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Yeah, my computer just didn't decipher it correctly, I guess, because it just looks like a yellowish, salmonish kind of square box. So what time is your live stream tomorrow going to be? 7, did you say? Is that your live stream tomorrow? Yeah, let's watch a Netflix movie on your radio tomorrow night. Does my significant other fly? No, not at all. She's not. She's not into anything. She's into shopping for expensive stuff. She's got champagne taste on a beer budget. But yeah, she has no interest in my airplanes. She has no interest in my racing cars. Well, she's kind of a car girl a little bit. She takes very good care of her car. She cleans it all the time, waxes it all the time. She really takes good care of her car. But going to autocross events and stuff, she went once, and she drove once just to try it out. And I think she had a good time that day, but it's not something she wants to keep doing. She's never touched a RC radio. My first wife did. My first wife went racing with me, and she did really well. She won a lot of trophies when we were traveling around, when I was on the cover of Car Action magazine there and everything. Yeah, she was traveling with us and racing, and yeah, we did everything together. But my new wife, no, she's not interested. She doesn't mind that I do it. She doesn't complain at all about the stuff, and she's great that way. But yeah, she's not into it. She doesn't have any hobbies of her own. She does, she lives a pretty boring life. Um, you know, I've tried to get her interested in something, but you know, she just works. She works really hard, and then on the weekends she goes out shopping, and she probably always buys something. Sometimes it might be just a little knickknack or something, but there's always boxes showing up here, and God only knows what the hell she's buying. Um, it's something showed up today. It's some kind of live Christmas decoration. It's live. You have to water it. Like, what the hell did you buy that for? Can't you? The fake ones look just like the real ones. I mean, well, But anyway, I guess somebody at work's kid was selling it for some kind of fundraiser or whatever, so she bought it. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, she don't do any of it. Not interested. I try to get her interested. I show her some stuff. Sometimes I spark her. And it's just like that today, for instance. I went on and I found that somebody had put up the Airliner 37 it was on YouTube. And they had pictures of their paint scheme they put on it, which was a Delta paint scheme. And it was beautiful. It looked real. They had a nice shot of an overhead shot where we could see the belly of the plane. It was either super dark navy blue or black on the bottom of the plane, an oval along the bottom of the plane, and it was white, and the tail was the same color. It was either super navy blue or black. I think it's blue, and it said Delta on the side of it. And I said, God, doesn't that thing look real? And she says, yeah, it really does. She says, that's beautiful. The lights were on, and yeah, it looked real. It was beautiful. So that sparked her a little bit. She liked that, but generally speaking, she don't give a shit. So I'm in Florida, right on the Gulf. I'm only like 2 miles maybe straight from here to the Gulf. Just north of Tampa. Very close to the Boozers. The Boozers are northeast of me. It's about 40 miles is all. So yeah, they call themselves in Central Florida. They're in Webster, and I'm in Pasco. So that's where I am. Yeah, I'm discharging batteries right now too, but at 1%, not 15, or 1 amp, I should say, not 15. Yeah, and I'm discharging one here probably at, I don't know, 1/10 of an amp. So these lights have been on for what, 5 hours now? Let me think here. 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah. This is a pretty airplane, guys. I gotta tell you. I love the F4. I always did. I just wasn't going to buy one because it didn't look like it would fly good off grass, and that's where I fly. So I wasn't going to buy it. But then when they knocked $100 off of it, I had to pull the trigger. So, and I'm glad I did. I mean, it's beautiful. Looking forward to flying it. Saturday for sure. Probably Saturday and Sunday, but Saturday for sure. Yeah, I'll probably be at Florida Jets next year, so I'll probably see you there. I've been to Jet. I haven't been to Top Gun yet, but I've been to 12 O'Clock High, and I've been to the Florida Jets, and I've been to. I think that's the only three they do, and then Top Gun. I haven't been to Top Gun yet. So your wife does your filming? Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's fantastic. That's fantastic that she'll do your filming. Yeah, there's no way I could get her to come out and film for me. You know, she just complained the whole time. You know, how long are we going to stay here? How many flights are you going to do today? How much longer? This camera's getting heavy. that's what it would be. And she's not a bitch or a complainer or anything. It's just, but when she's not interested in something, then she's just going to moan about it. And she's just not going to be that interested in the airplane. She's been out of the field once watching me fly, but, you know, just once. In 40, well, I've known her 20 years. And, yeah, in 20 years, she's been to the field once. So... yeah, we all can't have Lorries in our lives. It's too bad, but yeah. Wes has got it made. He's a lucky man. Oh, it's fantastic, Brian. I'm telling you. Flying all year round is absolutely fantastic. You know, when I lived in Cleveland, we flew in the winter too, but it wasn't a pleasurable experience. You know, your hands were freezing. I didn't want to fly with gloves on. And then I don't remember if I came up with it or not, honestly, but we all started building these pusher snowmobiles. It was just a box with a tapered nose and landing gear with skis and a nose gear steerable with a ski, and you just took an engine off your 40 sized Quickie 500, slapped it on the back of this square box, and put a pusher prop on it, and we made snowmobiles. And we'd go out to the flying field and race them around the field, staying on the ground, because you can't crash if you don't leave the ground. You can't crash. So. And that was fun, too. We did that for a while. But, yeah, I'm just not a cold weather person. Never, you know, even as a kid. You know, I'd go sledding and skiing and skating and stuff, but not all day. You know, a couple hours, I had enough. You know, back there way in the day, let's see, probably in, well, it would have been 70s. I had a Subaru Brat, and I used to, in the wintertime, I'd put a battery in it, carry it out the front door, and set it down on the sidewalk there, the walkway to the front door, go back in the house, sit on my coffee table looking out the window, and drive it around, sitting in the house in the heat, sitting on the coffee table and run it all around until the battery got weak, and then I'd bring it back up to the door, go down the steps, grab it, bring it back inside, put another battery in it, put it back out there. That was my winter fun, because I didn't like to be out in the winter. The cold just isn't my deal. You know, I can take it, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. And so I think it was when I was 8 years old, my grandparents moved to Florida, to this same area, Pasco County. And I knew right then that I wanted to live in Florida. So, you know, I moved here in '83, and I'm staying. I ain't going anywhere. Well, that's not true. I mean, if I got a good job somewhere, you know, a good offer to do something else, I'd move, but hopefully not back north. My doctor friend, a good friend of mine, he lost his practice down here, and He just took a job in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and you know, he's already, and he's so close to retirement age. It's like, why are you even bothering? You're going to sell your house and move up there for a couple of years, and then you're going to move right back down here. You know, it doesn't make sense to me. You know, can't you lower your living expectations this much, you know, and just retire now and be done with it? And he says, nope. And I'm like, okay. I just unplugged Rafter Cam. You go plug that back in and fix it. Alright. Let's see if Rafter Cam's working. There we go. She's back up. I guess we haven't done a Rafter Cam shot in a while here. Let's do a Rafter Cam. There we go. Bingo! So there's a shot of the. You can see the whole thing over there is all green from the green light, and then here's the red light, and you can kind of see the landing light down here. Yeah, the live PD's been used in Pasco County. Apparently, Pasco County is the biggest porn gentleman's club type establishment county in all of Florida. And it's, trust me, that's not why I moved here. There's no way you can go to a strip club and have money for model airplanes. So I don't do that. Never been in one. But yeah, it's a pretty shady area. Not where I live. I mean, I'm in Pasco County, and Pasco County's pretty big. But yeah, there's a lot of it right on US 19, which I'm a couple miles off of 19. And there isn't any of that over here at all. There's a lot of homeless people around here. But yeah, it's just cheap to live here. That's why I moved here. You know, when I moved down here, my grandparents moved to Pasco County. I checked around all around property taxes and homes and how much they cost and stuff, and it's just incredibly cheap to live in Pasco County. So you get way more bang for your buck. And I have to admit, though, when I moved up here to north, and I was in South Pasco, and I moved up to North Pasco, and I mean literally a mile from the border south to a mile from the border north, and when I first got up here, and it was about 6 years ago, there were no jobs. I mean, there's nothing up here. So I couldn't find anything to, any work, and I didn't want to drive all the way back down, because I was working in Clearwater, which is another 20 miles south of South Pasco. So it was going to take an hour, 20 minutes to go to work every day and home. And, hell, I could drive to Disney in an hour and 40 minutes from here. So that's what I did. I went to work for Disney. I did that for a couple of years, but the drive was killing me. So I gave that up. But I just called them yesterday to see if I get my job back, and I can't. So I might be going back to Disney. But if I do that, we're going to move over that way. That's not going to happen for a couple of years, probably. We're going to get the new garage built. It's going to add value to the property. It'll be easier to sell it when I move. And we'll, if she retires, then we probably will move over there, and I'll go back to work for Disney, because Disney's going to be $15 an hour minimum wage by 2021. So, and where I'm working now, I'll never make $15 an hour. I'd have to be a store manager to make $15 an hour, believe it or not. The pay here sucks. So, yeah, I'm gonna. It's another thing on the books, something to look at. Yeah, the dory isn't. Aren't you talking about the 190, the FW 190 dory? It's the longer snout, different engine in it. It's got like a V12 or something in it. Is that what you're talking about, Michael? Actually, yeah, Fly Zone makes an FW190 dory. They're the only ones that make a dory version, and it's a good-looking airplane. It's a little small. It's not. I don't think it's 1200. I think it's maybe 1100 or 1090 or something. So it's a little smaller than the other ones, but it's good looking though. I mean, they've got the dimensions all accurate. It looks really good. It's a pretty airplane. Where are you talking about, Michael? In Florida, there's no state tax? Yeah, that's true. There's no state tax, but you know, most places around here pay a minimum wage, even for jobs that you have to have some smarts for, not just flipping burgers at Burger King. And those assholes want $15 an hour. So. Is your Dauntless the The free wing one when they had it out? Is that what you're talking about? Man, I wanted that plane so bad. I was sick when they discontinued that thing. I just ordered a 79-inch P40. It'll be here next week. I got a 79-inch P40 camo scheme coming next week. I pulled the trigger on it I think Monday. Yeah, I think I pulled the trigger on it Monday. They shipped it Tuesday. It'll be here next Wednesday. Yes, the LX models P40. That's the one. Yep. They had it on sale for $420. So normally $499 or $529 or something. It's been way up there. You know, almost as much as the B25 from LX that they have. But yeah, they had it on sale for $420. You know, Black Friday deal. So I pulled the trigger and bought it. VQ models. Who's VQ? I'm not familiar with them. Who's that? Yeah, P40 from Banana Hobbies. Yep. VQ Warbirds. I think you press. There's a video on my channel of the A24 Banshee, and covering detail is amazing. Is it a balsa built-up type airplane, or is it foam? These VQ. So how do you like your P40? Does it fly good? It looks like it flies great. Cool. All right, I'm definitely going to look that up, Colin. That sounds really cool. You know, do you buy them direct from their factory, or do they have distributors? I imagine you sell them for them direct too, I would assume. Yeah, I got you. I understand the more power thing. Yeah, well, I'll find out when I get it. You know, it's just such a beautiful airplane. It's the version of the P40 that's my favorite. There's all different models, and they kept changing the nose and the gun configuration in the nose and the air intake, and you know, some of the other ones I don't like, but that one's the one I really love. And been in love with that plane all my life. And I've been wanting this plane for the last at least 6 years. And I just couldn't pull the trigger because they wanted too damn much money for it. But this is the first time I've seen them discounted. They discounted it at $80, which was a good deal. So, so I pulled the trigger and bought it. There were 2 other planes out on my list from Banana that I wanted. One was an HSD jet. It was $429. They were only discounted at $21. So I thought, well, that's not a very great deal. For $21 I could buy it any time at the regular price. So I wasn't too. And then the other one is the Corsair with the folding wings from LX. And I know they were having trouble with the wing mechanism in the beginning. I assume they fixed it, but it's always one more thing to go wrong. And after watching how sweet the P-40 flew, and it's of course my favorite airplane, although I love that, that Corsair is beautiful. Both of them are, but that's the best looking Corsair out of all of them that people have out on the market. I think that's the prettiest Corsair. So I wanted both of them. But the better deal was still the P-40, and it's much bigger than the Corsair, so that's what I did. I just finally just pulled the trigger and bought it. And I'm super happy I did. Yeah, I can't wait to get it. Can't wait till next week. Yeah, I'll look them up. I'm going to be looking them up pretty quick here. I'm going to call it tonight because my leg's starting to hurt. My bad leg, the one that I got the frostbite on last week, is, I think, starting to swell because I'm standing out here. So I think I'm going to get out of here pretty quick. Not this second, but I'm not going to pull an all-nighter tonight. I want to get off this leg. Really? You're going to have an A1 Sky Raider coming out? That's awesome. What size is that going to be? I had my A1 Sky Raider on the table here about a month ago. Yep, I have the HSD 1600 also. Love that airplane. Absolutely love that airplane. It's my favorite airplane. Of everything I own, it's the best looking. HSD did such a killer job on that thing. Super great flying. Just absolutely love that airplane. I have a feeling this P-40 coming is going to take its place, but man, I absolutely love that. Lee Davison, wow. Yeah, we're still alive. You know me, marathon man. Yep. Yeah, I know, it's 2:14 a.m., I know. That just proves that it's live, because I just answered your time. Yeah, we're live, and I'm still here. I was just telling them, though, that my bad leg's starting to hurt. I think I'm going to go here pretty soon. Probably by 2:30, I think we'll be done. I think I'm going to call it a night at 2:30. But, yeah, I got such a great following of guys that they want to stay here and talk. And we just keep shooting the shit. And got a new one in the room tonight, Colin. And, yeah, him and I have the same airplanes. I bet if we keep comparing notes, we're going to find out we have a lot of the same airplanes. But, yeah. Yeah, I have that HSD Sky Raider, and now I'm going to have the P-40, and yeah, it's for a while there, the guy that runs HSD was in a chat room one night on RC Groups, And the guys were complaining they couldn't get propellers, for the Skyraider. And he promised us that he was going to go back into production on at least the propellers right away. And then he was going to go back into production on the plane, too. And, so I don't know if he did either, to be honest. I haven't checked. But I thought I saw somewhere that the propellers were available again. But he still hasn't built the planes again. So, all right, Bledsoe. Good night. Thanks for coming. You have a good night. I'll see you next week. Well, I'll probably see you Saturday night. Or Friday night, maybe. But anyway, have a good night. So, yeah, he seemed pretty genuine that he was going to get back on making propeller planes again, because he bought all the molds. There used to be a company that was sold through Nitro Planes. Do you remember that company, Nitro Planes? They used to sell airfield planes. They were made by a company called ARC. And the ARC company went out of business, and HSD bought all their molds. So they have these beautiful 1450 Trojan, which I have 2 of. And they have a Corsair, a 1450 Corsair, and a Mustang, and these are beautiful airplanes. They're really, really nice. And if HSD makes them at their quality, oh my God, they'll be gorgeous. So I'm hoping he's going to take those molds and start building airplanes again. Plus the A1 Skyraider. Because, everybody's jonesing for that thing. You ever get in a chat room with anybody and bring up the A1 Skyraider, and they just come crawling out of the wood, man, everywhere. Oh, I want one of those so bad. Oh, I wish I could get one. Blah, blah. They just go on and on and on. And it's, yeah. So, okay, so I fixed my HSD Skyraider gear. I'm sure you had the same problem I had. The pin would come out because it was only pressed in. So I made new pins, and I threaded them. I put them in my lathe, and I cut threads on them so I could screw them in. And then I put I put a tap through the hole in the, so that I screwed them in with Loctite. And they ain't coming back out. And now the gears work perfect. No more pins falling out or getting loose and then jamming the gear and all that nonsense. The A1 gear works perfect now. So, is the P40 gear similar? I mean, does it have that same kind of pin in it and the pin keeps falling out? Or do I have that to look forward to? Good night, Brian. I'm glad you were here tonight. I always like seeing you here. Oh, really? Your gears just stopped? Oh, I haven't had that problem. The only problem I've had with that stupid pin would I'd either push it in too far and it would jam, trying to rotate one way or the other, or it would start coming out and it get jammed, and then it would, lock the gear up halfway down, and it wasn't turned straight. And I just got so fed up with it, I finally just machined myself new pins and with threads on them and tapped holes and screwed them in with Loctite, and that cured it. Now they work perfect. So I haven't any problem with them working. They work perfect. That pin kept driving me nuts. Now I don't like the cheesy way it's mounted in the foam wing, and I did a fix on that. If you check out my videos, I did a whole revamp of that stupid plastic thing that goes down through the foam wing and you screw the gear to it. So I did a whole thing on fixing that. I haven't had to do it to the Skyraider yet, but eventually I will. I'm sure eventually I'll have to fix it. But the fix comes out perfect. It looks perfect. It looks brand new. And there's no way you're tearing the gear out of that. You'd have to rip the wing off the plane. You're not getting the gear out of it. It ain't coming out. So it's a permanent fix. Now, what did you have to do to modify the FMS gear to get it in the plane, or did you? Did it just go right in? Yeah, the Skyraider, every place I take it, they're either too young to know what the hell it is, or they just go crazy over it because they've never seen one. They didn't know you could buy a RC Skyraider. And so yeah, it's a big crowd favorite. But the younger guys, they look at it and go, oh, I've never seen that plane before. What is it? Only the greatest warbird they ever built. Yeah, I love that airplane. I love the history of that airplane. It's just an awesome airplane. So yeah, I'm super glad to have that in my hangar for sure. And now I'm really looking forward to this P40. I already have 5 Corsairs, but this one's the prettiest. That LX model is definitely the prettiest one I've seen. I love the color scheme. I love everything about it. The detail on the prop, and it's just a beautiful airplane. And I love the folding wing, but I'm also afraid of the folding wing. I know the guys at the beginning had all kinds of trouble with that. So I'm not looking forward to that. But, yeah, beautiful airplanes. I've got several LX planes. I've got their A10. I bought the A10. I bought the B2 Spirit. I have that. What the hell else do I have from LX? The detail on their stuff's great. I mean, they make a beautiful airplane. Okay, so yeah, I have a newer version than you of the Skyraider then, because everything runs off the flight pack now. I don't have the pull string tail wheel. They redid that. The whole different tail wheel in it now, and it's got a standard single rod steering tiller on it. Yeah, they've changed that model a bunch over the years. So, but I don't run a 2S pack to run the gear. The gear runs off the flight pack. The 6L pack that flies the plane runs the gear. Yeah, they've really improved the plane over the years, for sure, before they discontinued it. Yeah, I have both, actually. I have the LX A10 and the FMS A10. The LX flies better. But the landing gear on the LX is crap. I mean, total crap. It's plastic. They actually put plastic landing gear in that stupid thing. I actually have it right here, because I was showing it to the guys the other night. when I had the A1 on the table. No, I had the A10 on the table. I don't know what to do with the landing gear, but it's all plastic. It's garbage, and it's just they glued it. Get this, they painted the foam in the wheel well area, and then they glued this plastic landing gear to the painted foam. They thought that was going to stay in the airplane. Oh my God. I mean, it was just the stupidest thing I ever saw. There's no screws holding the landing gear, and it's just glued to the foam. And it's the whole gear is plastic. And there's no, I think the only thing metal on it is the axle where the wheel attaches. You know, there's an axle that goes through the plastic, and then the wheel attaches to the metal shaft, and that's the only metal in it. It's a piece of crap. So I bought FMS landing gear for the A10 and put it in the LX, and that came out beautiful. It was a lot of work. Oh, here it is. It's right here. So this is the... You're going to love this. This is the frickin' nose gear on the A10, the LX model A10. And you can see right there is where they had... You can see the silver glue. That's where they glued it to the foam. Okay? And it's all plastic. It's just plastic. There's nothing metal here other than this tiller, this jack screw right here. That's how they retract the gears, this big jack screw right here. But what a piece of shit. I'm telling you, it's the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. This fell out of the airplane on takeoff roll. I was rotating back, and there was a tuft of grass. It fell down into the sand and then hit the tuft of grass as it was rotating. So it hit the gear on the way up. The plane took off. This fell out of the plane and flew the entire flight doing this, hanging by the wires, and flew like this. It was ridiculous. So, yeah. Anyway. But it flies good. The plane flies really good. It's a beautiful airplane in the air. It flies really good. If you put the FMS landing gear in it, it's a winner. But by the time you pay the price for the LX plane, and then the price for FMS's landing gear, oh my God. You know, so yeah, it's not practical at all. But just buy the FMS plane. You know, it doesn't fly that much better. It's a lot lighter than the FMS plane. It's the wing loading's much lighter. So oh, okay, I gotcha. So does your tail wheel have the two-string, the pull system, or do you have a regular? Does the rate track go up and it's a regular steering arm on it? Yeah, this stupid ass thing has the strings to steer it too. The nose gear is the pull strings. I mean, it's just the stupidest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, see, your tail wheel's pull, mine's not. They upgraded it. I got one of the last versions of the last upgrades, and it's a regular, like an FMS plane. You know, the tail wheel. Let me think for a minute. I think it's more like nose gear, if I remember right. The FMS uses that big servo that captures the pin when it comes down and it steers that way. I don't think this does that. I think it's got this like a nose gear where it has that long shaft with the little clevis on it, and you hook to it, and then when it retracts, it just slides on the pin. I think that's how my tail wheel works. It's definitely not the string pull system. They did away with that later on. So like I said, mine's one of the last ones they made. They really made a lot of improvements. Man, it was so much easier to put together too. I mean, it wasn't any of all that gluing and goofing around crap. There was nothing to glue. You just bolted it together. It's a beautiful airplane. God, I love that thing. I bought mine from Vegas too. You know, Dragon Hobbies. That's where I got it. From Vegas. Yep. They're the only ones online that still had the damn thing. You know, Banana Hobbies used to have it, but they were out of it forever. And I kept going back to the website, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. And then one day I stumbled onto Dragon Hobbies in Vegas, and I called them on the phone. I said, "Hey, do you have these planes in stock?" And she says, "Yeah, we've got them." I says, "I'm ordering it right now." And I went on, you know, I was on the website, and I just clicked the button, put it in the cart, paid for it, and they shipped it off. So, yeah, I was so happy to get that. I've been wanting that plane forever, and nobody had it, you know. But, yeah, Dragon had it. Dragon had, too, some... did you buy a turbine jet from Dragon by any chance? Because they were the only ones that were selling the complete package with the turbine already installed in the plane. You could get a F-16, maybe the Viper, with the turbine already installed. Complete package. I think it was like $2,500, which is a pretty good deal. They were the only ones I ever saw that had it all together. You know, Banana had, fuselages, and you had to buy the turbine separate and that crap. But yeah, Dragon had a complete package, turnkey. And it was the F-16 was cheaper for some reason. Probably just popular. I think the Viper was more popular. Okay. Yeah, I didn't buy anything more from Dragon either. I wanted to, but they went out of business. There was another plane I wanted that they had, and I was trying to order it, and I couldn't get them to pick up the phone. I couldn't get them to answer. I went on Facebook, left them a message there, and when I talked to her, she gave me an email address. She says, "Well, use this email address because I check it every day." So I emailed her through that. No answer. So I don't know what the hell happened. It was not too far after when I bought my Skyraider that all happened too. So I was bummed because I was really thinking I found a hobby shop that was going to be great to get stuff from. Even HSD jets, and that didn't pan out. Wow, so your jet has a 79-inch wingspan? Damn! Wow! Holy crap, that's big! Jesus! Yeah, that's a cool-ass airplane, for sure. Yeah, I just can't spend that kind of money. Yeah, it's just way out of my league. Yeah. To have $3,000 tied up in one airplane is just crazy. I can't do it. Hell, it took every ounce of my will to spend that $420 for the P40. $420 is a long way off from $3,000. There's no way I could buy a $3,000 airplane. You know, have that much money in one airplane, one crash, and $3,000 out the window. Oh man, yeah, can't do it. Wish I could, can't do it. Way out of my price range. Yeah, so we've been talking about the Fiftyone batteries all night. And that's what's in here. That's one of my Fiftyons right there. It's practically new. I mean, I think it's got 10 flights on it. 10 very gentle flights. So, and none of them in this plane yet, but it's gonna be. Oh my God, $27,000 in it. Oh my God. Yeah. You know, I've watched all the videos. Listen, I don't watch network TV anymore. All I watch is YouTube. And I purposely look up stuff like that. At Florida Jets a few years ago, I watched a guy crash a big A-10 like that. And, oh my God. You know, it made me sick when I saw it go in. It was like... Because I know how much he had in that thing. I mean, I could guesstimate, and it was like, oh, boy, that hurts. Holy crap, that hurts. I just couldn't. Yeah, I can't do it. That's way out. That's just crazy money for me. I'm having a big hangar built right now. We just got approved for the loan today, and that's what I'm spending for my 50 by 60 building. It's costing me $27,000. I sure as hell can't afford $27,000 for a model airplane to put in it. I just can't do it. Oh my God. So a pilot error crash and his homeowner's insurance covered the plane? Really? Did he have a special rider on the policy, or do all the policies have that in it? I mean, I know your homeowners will cover liability if you crash the plane into somebody else's house or car or whatever, but actually to replace the plane? So you have more money in your Cub than you have in your turbine plane? Because you have a turbine, right? At least one. Man, that's fantastic. Oh, so you don't have any turbines. Okay. I thought you said you had a turbine. Yeah, so Colin has a turbine. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. Man, I didn't know homeowners insurance. Like I said, I knew it would cover, if I'm flying a turbine plane and I hit somebody or hit a house or whatever and do damage, they'll pay to fix the damage. But I didn't know they'd pay to replace the plane. Yeah, I used to work for Allstate. I was an insurance adjuster for Allstate for 5 years, so I know all about that part. Yeah, we insure stupid. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like perfect example is this: if you maliciously damage your hardwood floors, to get new floors put in, we won't cover that. But if you leave all the windows open in your house during a hurricane, we'll cover that. Yeah, yeah. You leave the windows open and all the rain comes in and floods everything and ruins everything. Yep, that's all covered. So we insure stupid. Yeah, it's just nuts. Nope, I won't forget, Colin. I'm gonna call it off now too. I'm gonna go go inside because my legs starting to really bother me. But thanks, guys, for coming tonight. I really appreciate it. It was great having all of you here. Come back next week. We do this every Thursday night. Michael will tell you, he's one of my biggest fans, and I'm one of his biggest fans. He's hilarious to have in the room. The mother-in-law didn't make it though, huh? You are stupid, so that explains a lot. Yep. So, alright guys, we're gonna call it, but you guys have a good night. We'll see you next week. I'm out of here.